the battles have been fierce, and now just four teams remain in the pursuit of glory. It's time for the semi-final two here at the ACC Men's Under-16 East Zone Cup. We're coming to you live from the stunning UKM Oval, a venue that's been very quiet witness to the raw talent, the nerves of steel, and unforgettable moments. Today it's slightly overcast, but the energy on the ground could not be brighter. The tournament leaderboard is headlined by the very dominant Nepal side, who's been beaten in Group A with 4 out of 4 wins. Their batter Ronak Srivastav has been leading the batting charts with 296 sublime runs, followed by his teammate Prasiddha Jaisi with 227. Their skipper has been unstoppable with the ball, 15 wickets already to his name. And at this point, I have to mention someone like Myanmar's Soko, who's been second to the wickets chart with 12 wickets. He's a medium pacer who's made quite the impression. And now let's bring the focus back here in the semi-final one, which is Nepal take on Malaysia. Our focus will be here at UKM Oval, where Hong Kong, China takes on Singapore. Singapore have also lit up this tournament with class and consistency. Ahan sits third in the run chart with 225 runs, and just behind him is his trusted partner, Rian Naik, with 189, his fourth overall in that chart. And together they have been the backbone of Singapore's innings, building partnership under pressure, and they have been delivering time and time again. On the bowling front, we have Yuvan Pandey, who's quietly made Singapore strike force with the ball in hand. His 10 wickets have put him fourth in the tournament ranking, and every one of them have come at vital moments. So Hong Kong China arrive here with their own belief, a team that has grown stronger with each game, looking to seize their moment and step into the spotlight. So a place in the final is now on the line, and this is about to be just more than winning, where the futures are shaped and young cricketers can dream big, and sometimes those dreams can turn into be true. And with that, let's head down to the center. We have Shahidu with the captains for the toss, and let's have a look at that.
Just joined in. It's a big day and a semi-final between Hong Kong, China and Singapore. So here I'm for the all-important toss. So I have both the captains, Preet from Hong Kong, China and Rian from Singapore alongside our match referee, Mr. Shafiq. So we'll go straight into the toss.
Tails.
Tail is the call, and it is H. That.
So Preet, what are you going to do and why?
Yeah, we're looking to bat first.
Any reasons for that?
Yeah, it's a very good wicket. We're looking to put up a good total on the board and put some pressure early on to the other side. Of course, it's a big match, semi-final, so it would be good for us.
And what sort of a total are you looking for?
We're looking to put up anything more than 250 is a good total.
And you have been unbeaten, a good run for you. How proud are you about your team?
Yeah, really proud of the team. They've been doing really well. We've been working really hard in our game and improved a lot in this tour. And yeah, looking forward to winning this game.
And any changes in your 11 today?
Yeah, we have Pranch, Aryav, and Ewan out.
Okay, good luck for the game. Thank you so much. So Rian, happy to bowl first?
We also wanted to bat first, but it's fine. It's the game, so yeah.
So, how does the semi-final line up to you? Is it extra pressure or you're excited about the game today?
Realistically, we're just going to treat it like another game because that's what I told the boys, not to take excessive pressure, especially just because it's a semi-final. But yeah, we also wanted to bat first, but it's completely fine. So yeah, just restrict them below 200.
You personally is having a good run alongside Ahan. So tell me about your batting and your bowling. What's your strength going forward in this game?
So this game we're going to try to restrict them below 200 with a pretty strong bowling unit, and it's just up to our batters to come back at the end and chase it down. So yeah, that's it.
Good luck to you. Thank you so much.
Sir. Thank you.
So the news from out here is Hong Kong China won the toss and they will be batting first. Back to you, Abrar.
Vedant.
Definitely two good sides are going at it. Here comes Kapish. A little bit of time out there because of the pressure that is being built by the two fast bowlers, and he needs to be watchful. And straight up, the ball goes in the air and looks like it's disappointing. Rayan Sharma, for a moment, thought that he has committed to a mistake and he was looking away from the fielder. He did not want to watch his demise, but looks like there's been a drop catch. That's something Singapore would not really have wanted. But once again, another mistake committed by the fast bowler. Vedant once again bowling quite beautifully in this over, almost picking up that wicket of Rayan Sharma if he was supported by the fielder. So that was really the moment in the game which Singapore needed to go their way. Rayan Sharma can really build a big innings. He's the tournament's best performer for Hong Kong with the bat in hand. Rayan and Shrey really need to bat for a very long time. They need to settle in and build something very meaningful out there. Vedansh, on the other hand, is absolutely bringing a lot of pressure the moment he's steaming in. And these young batters will definitely know that the pressure is mounting. Singapore will look to keep the pressure high and force another mistake. And Hong Kong really need their key batters to just stay as long as possible out there. A good looking drive this time. And finally, a pressure release for Hong Kong with that boundary from none other than the bat of Rayan Sharma. This is what he can do, really. If he's out there, he can play some gorgeous shots. And sometimes when the boundaries come, the pressure is released. It wasn't really a bad one, just a touch fuller. And once the ball was going away from the left hander, he was really not going to miss out on that. And here comes yet another very good delivery. The ball just moving away from the right left hander, just that touch, and that was enough to really bother Rayan Sharma here. Looked quite tentative with the bat in hand, and with the slips in play, really looking like they're still going for the wicket, and that is definitely going to be the right thing to do. The pressure is released with that boundary for Rayan, and he's 5 of 8 now. So the shot really raced through the covers, and that really suggests the kind of crisp form that he is in. The boundary will do a lot of wonders to his confidence, and definitely the momentum which was with Singapore until then starting to look like he's looking better out there. Vedant started off brilliantly with that first over. The second over, his and look at that shot from none other than that man, Riyan Sharma. This is what he can do if he is given a life. Short pitch delivery down the leg side, and he has smashed that onto the leg side with a beautiful looking full shot. And with that, I welcome Shaidur to just have a look at how the game's proceeding so far. What do you think of it, Shahid?
Well, thank you, Abrar. I was there for the toss, and both the captains look extremely confident in their batting. But so far, the Singaporean bowlers have done a wonderful job here. That's edge. Oh dear, he's dropped him. It went to first slip, straight in and straight out. How costly will that be? Because it was the catch of Ryan Sharma.
Yes, definitely. So far, that's actually the second occasion. Let me inform you, Sid, that he has been dropped. Once he was playing a short pitch delivery, there was a thickish edge, ball went in the air, he was dropped at cover. And this time, that was a difficult opportunity, if you ask me, at the slip cordon. But he really needs to take that because Kapish is bowling quite well. We saw that Riyansh, if he gets a loose ball, he can really smash it. So you can't really allow him to settle in. So these are the kind of catches that you must take. And of course, this is the semi final. So you can't really give an excuse that that was a difficult opportunity. You need to grab onto those and put the pressure back on Hong Kong. So far, Riyan Sharma definitely riding the luck.
Well, absolutely, Abrar. It's the big matches where you need to keep your calm and your nerves as well. Definitely, there'll be a lot of nerves out there. These are young cricketers, under 16. At the same time, you need to take your catches. You need to keep your basics right. Oh, that will be a no ball. So a free hit will be coming in. So extra runs. This will ease off some pressure of the batters. So we have seen some very tight bowling from the Singaporean bowlers till now. But can Stray Nilesh Kumar capitalize on this occasion? He scored only one run of six deliveries.
Yes, definitely. So far, after asking to go out there and bowl first, Singapore really started well, especially those first two overs were absolutely brilliant. But now the bowlers have started to commit to some mistakes, and here's Kapish. And that's very good. That's a very good shot. He just created that little bit of room and then smashed it on the leg side. Did not pick make up the gap, but you can see that the intention is right up there. They're trying to get the scoreboard ticking, and they're seeing that it's difficult out there. So they're playing some shots in the air, but now they have started to find out that the bowlers are making more mistakes than them.
Well, after 4 overs, it's 18 for 1. A decent start after losing that early wicket. Both the left-handers are trying to take the attack to the opening bowlers. And it's also slightly overcast in here. So the conditions definitely will favor the pace bowlers. Well, the wicket seems to be a very good wicket to bat on, but at the same time, with the conditions gloomy and overcasted, it can move around just like that.
Yes, at that stage, 4 overs were completed, and Hong Kong China has moved on to 18 with a loss of 1. And we must inform our viewers it is because of, in spite of a disciplined and a tight start, Singapore bowlers have just started to lose a bit of their consistency, and they really have bowled a couple of loose deliveries. We saw that no ball in that previous over as well. So the misfield was also here and there. We saw that they have dropped a couple of catches as well. So Hong Kong China are really allowed to ease into their innings, and we know that once they have rhythm in their side, someone like Sharma can really do the damage. So Singapore really need to find their feet quite quickly and really capitalize on the start that they have given themselves.
Well, absolutely. I think the batters needs to take it phase by phase, probably 10 overs at a time. So it's a long format, it's an ODI. So generally in a T20 game where the pace is much faster, you don't get much time. But in a 50 overs match, if the batters can spend some time out there, they can really work on and score some runs. Probably that's exactly what Hong Kong China will be looking for right now.
Yes, definitely spot on there when it comes to analysis, Sid. It is a 50-over contest, and we know that sometimes when it comes to 20-over cricket, it's not much time that you have. So sometimes you can just go after the bowling and lose your wicket in the process. But here, on the other hand, they have plenty of time, and they know that someone like Vedansh is continuing from this end. He's been bowling well, he's hitting good areas, but he's still searching for some full rhythm. And we know that there's been some hard luck too. Two drop catches of his bowling, which could really have changed the complex of this partnership. And you can sense the frustration in his bowling, but can't allow that to get into his head. Once again, pulled away quite nicely with a lot of authority, and that is basically away no chance really for the fielder. And once again, another boundary. This is exactly what I was talking about, Sid. That once he gets those loose balls, he will capitalize.
Well, you cannot be bowling there. Both the batters are very strong on the pads, and we have seen in the previous games. So Singapore bowlers need to do their homework well, because every time you pitch on the pads, it's gonna go for runs. Especially that man on your screen, Sharma, very strong on the onside. And I think with the angle coming around the wicket, few of the deliveries might strain towards his pads. Good delivery right outside the off stump.
Yes, one thing that has been absolutely clinical about Rianch in this tournament is that he can find the gap quite easily. So on that last occasion as well, he threaded that beautifully towards that mid-wicket area, times that sweetly as well. And Singapore, we can safely say that are starting to feel the pressure now. That's already a couple of boundaries that he has hit, and the field is still up because of the power play. And looks like he's playing the shots. You can see that on that last ball as well. He wanted to play that shot on the offside, missed out on that, but nevertheless, he looked aggressive. And once again, it's slightly shorter and smashed away with a lot of authority. That has been the statement that Rian Sharma has come out to bat with. That if a scoring chance is there, he is not willing to step away. Another maximum for Rian Sharma.
Yes, stand and deliver. Well, if you are bowling on his pads, it's gonna go for runs, and that's exactly what happened on that occasion. So very expensive over to an end. After 5 overs, it's 29 for 1.
Yes, at the moment, Rian Sharma going with a strike rate well above 135. He's hit two maximums as well as two boundaries. And he's just faced 17 deliveries. He's been watchful since he's been dropped at the slip cordon and at short cover. So he knows that now that he has his opportunity, he really needs to cash in.
Yes, absolutely. And I think now the captain of Singapore will need to rethink, as the opening bowlers have not been able to capitalize on the conditions around. So I think the bowling changes will come in place quite early, especially looking at the intention of both the batters. They are trying to score quick runs in here. It's almost 6 runs per over.
Yes, and not really too much going wrong for Singapore when it comes to the line and length. They've bowled well, but it's just that after the drop catches, the momentum has been with Hong Kong since then, and it's the intent of Rayan Sharma that's really helped him get the scoring. Once again, the low full toss, and we can see him trying to run, and that allows because of the misfield. The rotation of the strike has also been something that Rayan has tried to do, and this time it was Shrey who brings him back.
Well, we're having some good crowd in here. As we all know, it's a big match, a semi-final. So a lot to play for, a lot at stake, and everything to play for, to be honest. So both the sides will be looking to make it to the big final. What a moment it will be to represent your country and bring your country to the finals. And these are very young cricketers, under 16. So the foundation and the talent is there, but with more matches, they're going to get more experience and exposure and move forward to the next stage of the game.
Yes, absolutely. As we are seeing Rayansh light up this UKM Oval with boundaries and sixes, it's really the time to appreciate the crowd here. Like you mentioned, they have been brilliant and creating that electric atmosphere for these young cricketers to shine. And definitely, we have to give full credit to Asian Cricket Council for putting up such a well organized tournament. From the facilities to the scheduling, everything has come together beautifully, and they have really given this youngsters the platform that is really required to showcase their talent. And moments like this, energy in the stands, talent in the field, this is what youth cricket is all about. With that, Kapish to continue, started off with a wide delivery, and now we have Shrey, who's been watching Riyan Sharma from the other end. You think that he needs to go after the bowling as well?
Well, probably he's just trying to play that anchor role because he knows Rayan Sharma is the danger man. So all he needs to do is spend some time there and rotate the strike and get Rayan on strike. Probably he's trying to play that risk-free cricket. And I think it's a good ploy as well because if both the batters are attacking, it will also give the bowlers a chance to get a wicket and get back into the game. So I think it's very smart cricket from both the batters. So they're complementing each other very well so far. Another good delivery, short delivery this time.
Yes, and we have seen that the attack of Singapore is really comprised with different talent all around their bowling lineup. We've seen some very good left arm bowling from someone like Yuvan Pandey, who's been bowling quite well. He's already picked up 10 wickets. So the fast bowlers have started well, and since then they have lost a little bit of momentum, especially due to the attacking cricket that Rayan Sharma is playing. And definitely, Singapore will be searching for the other bowler who can really help them pick up a wicket. And this time it is driven nicely through the offside, and the ball is racing away to the boundary. No chance for the fielder. Once again, the lightning fast outfield of UKM Oval is on display here. The batters definitely can get full value for the shots that they play.
Well, absolutely wonderful shot through the covers. It was a very well timed shot rather than anything, I would say. Not trying to hit the ball too hard, just hitting the middle of the bat and straight into that gap. So easy runs here. Well, as a batter, you can hit your middle, but you need to find those gaps. And he did exactly that. So a good shot to bring him 4 runs. That's a big appeal. Probably just sliding down the leg.
Yes, and with delivery, we have 6 overs completed. Hong Kong China 36 for 1. After a cautious start, Rayan has taken control of the innings and he started off explosively. He's already hit 2 boundaries and 2 sixes. Shrey is playing the anchor role, like we mentioned, from the other end, and he's rotated the strike beautifully. So you think it's really time for a change in the bowling because the two fast bowlers since that start, haven't been able to pick up any more wickets, and momentum doesn't really look to be in their way. Maybe it's time to introduce Yuvan Pandey, their highest wicket taker. What do you think, Sid?
Yes, absolutely. I think Singapore has a lot of bowlers to bowl, so they have options. So the captain probably realizes that a partnership is growing in here, and it's the right time to bring in an off spinner because off spinners are very likely to take wickets against left-handers, and with two left-handers out there in the crease, I think it's a good time to bring in the number one bowler.
Yes, we'll have to wait and see how he can continue because with the power play still on, sometimes it can work both ways. Sometimes the batters can really go after the spinner, but on the other hand, the off spin of Yuvan here can really take the ball away from them, like you mentioned, and maybe in the process they can play a false shot. And at this stage, definitely Singapore is well and truly in need of a breakthrough because if they can continue batting deeper into this innings, we know that the score will be a big one. Nicely cut away on that occasion, but he has not been able to pierce the gap, so it will be a dot.
Well, I think the idea here will be to toss it right up there and entice the batter to play that drive in the air. That's exactly what happened, but this time he clears the infield. Beautiful looking shot inside out, just creating some room for himself, and another boundary here for Ryan Sharma.
Yes, so the change in the bowling was Yuvan Pandey, and Riyansh really greets him with authority. First ball, and it's cracked through that extra cover for a boundary. So this is a statement that he is going to be out there with absolutely fearless intent, and he's definitely seen the ball like a beach ball right out there.
Yes, absolutely. We have seen how the game of cricket evolved over the years. So now the batters, they're very fearless, not afraid to take the aerial route. And it's wonderful to watch young cricketers doing the same as well. Oh, this time it's cut away. Watchfully played again. Smart batting here from Shrey. Just cutting it down for a single and get back Ryan on strike. I think that's the best thing to do. So now it's the end of the over. It's 42 for 1. Well, it will be the captain, Rian Naik, coming into the attack. So good time for him to come into the attack as well. That's the strength of Singapore. They have a lot of options to bowl. That's a good delivery, back of length, just pushing the batter onto the back foot.
Yes, with 7 overs completed, Riyansh continues to be the heartbeat of this innings. He's unbeaten on 23 of 29 of 23. He's played with flair, timing, and intent, and he's definitely kept the scoreboard ticking. And with that, he's brought the pressure firmly back on Singapore, and that's really the reason why Rian Naik has decided to bring himself into the attack. Rian Naik has been sensational with the bat in hand. Definitely throughout this tournament, he's done a good job. He's the fourth highest scorer when it comes to batting. And on occasions, he's done a good job with the ball in hand as well. And so far, this partnership has already given them a lot of comfort out there. It's around 40 on the board, and it's been laying down a solid platform for Hong Kong, China. And Riansh, in this kind of mode, Singapore will really know that they need a breakthrough. We'll have to wait and see if Rian Naik is the man.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's a good competition between bat and ball. We have two teams who are very evenly poised. Both have some exciting youngsters, good batters, good bowlers, and they both field as well. I mean, they're very good in the field as well. So I think it will be a wonderful match to watch. And so far, I think Hong Kong China will be very happy with the proceedings. Yes, they have lost an early wicket, but at the same time, they're scoring at a good pace as well. 5.48 runs per over.
Yes, definitely. They are looking to drive the ball. And one thing that has been good about the batting is both these batters are looking to play all around the wicket. We've seen some strokes that are played quite beautifully towards the offside. And especially when it comes to talking about someone like Rian Sharma, he's played those maximums on that leg side with his beautiful looking pull shots. But other than that, he's also looked to play with the full face of the bat. He's played a few gorgeous looking drives as well. So that really makes it difficult for the bowler to settle in. He can't really have one kind of a plan that he needs to attack that one particular area. So that is why we have to complement the approach of these two batters out there, that they're looking to just find gaps all around the crease.
Well, Yuvan Pandey will continue in here, the off spinner. He was taken on by Rian Sharma in the last over, but he's definitely someone whom you cannot put out of the game. He's already taken 10 wickets and definitely Singapore's number one bowler. Oh, good looking shot inside out once again. Probably not timing it well. A long chase for the fielder, and he does well. Couple of runs here once again.
So far, I really think that the intention of these two batters are not allowing Yuvan to settle in because they know that he's the opposition's highest wicket taker. So once you go after the bowler that has given Singapore the most benefits with the ball in hand, I think they can really unsettle the others. And that's been the kind of approach that these two batters are going out there with. And we'll have to see if Yuvan can just find out a way and pick up a wicket.
That's absolutely crunched through the offside. Slightly short and wide, but he was very quick to pick that up. Very good looking shot here. Another boundary for Rian Sharma.
Yes, he waited on to that one, and you can see that the use of the back foot is absolutely clinical there. And the kind of innings that he's playing, he's looking very confident out there. He knew that he did not even have to bother running at that. He just watched it as the ball traveled and reached the boundary. So that is a very good start for Rian Sharma. He's been lucky to be still out there. We know that there was a drop catch against him, and we knew that if he is given an opportunity, he'll definitely settle in.
Yes, absolutely. He was in single digits when he offered that catch into the slip. And now he's batting on 35 of just 26 deliveries. And if he can add on another 50, 20 runs or even gets to a century, Singapore will only have themselves to blame.
Yes, and definitely so far in this exciting semi-final, Hong Kong China, after winning the toss, they have come out to bat. Vedans definitely started things off nicely, and he was showing good control early on. Almost picked up the wicket of Rian, but at the crease, he's still out there. He continues to lead the charge with impressive 36 of 27, and Hong Kong China are currently 49 with a loss of one. And finally, we see a defensive stroke with Singapore's Yuvan Pandey into the attack. He's bowling with intent, but Rian hasn't allowed him to settle in. The off spinner is still bowling with a slip in place, and he's bowling to Shrey at the moment. It doesn't matter if he picks up the wicket of Shrey either, he'll be happy with that. And maybe I think that's the right way to go. You think once we see that someone like Rian Sharma is going after the bowling, if he can keep Rian off strike and start continue building on pressure to someone like Shrey, you think that can lead to a wicket?
Well, that single also brings up the 50 for Hong Kong China, end of over number 9, 50 for 1. Well, for everyone's interest, the sun is out. So hopefully we'll be having a full match of 50 overs. It's a big game. The semi-finals, the stage is set, and the last thing you would want will be a shower coming in and raining it all. But the weather forecast says there might be a shower later in the afternoon. But so far we are good. It's 50 for 1 after 9. Rian Naik, the captain of Singapore, will continue in here.
Yes, Rian Naik, the captain of Singapore, is bowling to two left-handers out there. That's pitched outside the leg stump, and umpire will not be in his favor definitely. Rian Naik in this tournament has only picked up 1 wicket in the 4 innings that he has bowled. So I think, in spite of the fact that the bowlers from Singapore has been slightly expensive, maybe Vedansh Gupta could have been given a slightly longer role because he bowled only the 3 overs, which went for 17 runs. Because the reason I'm saying it is the fact that he was the one who picked up a wicket, and early on he really attacked the batters. Do you think that's a chance that the captain of Singapore is missing out on? Maybe he could have continued with Vedansh for a few more overs alongside Yuvan Pandey.
Yes, probably, but probably he went a bit defensive, especially looking at both the batters are trying to open their arms. And we have seen they both are very confident against the pace bowlers. They like pace on delivery, and again worked away on the onside, easy single, and with that single, that will be the 50 partnership between the two as well. So wonderful job here from Shrey Nilesh Kumar and Ryan Sharma. So they're rebuilding the innings.
Yes, definitely. Riyansh and Shrey have definitely steadied the ship beautifully. They're building a solid foundation in this high pressure semi final. The partnership has been a blend of patience as well as aggression, which is perfectly balancing things. And just when I say that there's a misfield and he's absolutely not happy with himself, but nevertheless, it will be another boundary. And this time it is due to a misfield. We can see that it's once again Riyad Sharma tried to play that down the ground, and this time it should have been stopped. Nevertheless, he'll be happy with that.
Well, the fielding coach definitely will take a note of that. The tall fast bowler went down but just couldn't gather the ball, and these are extra runs, not helping the bowlers. As the fielding unit, you need to back your bowlers up. Oh, that's a beautiful looking shot. Again, it was pitched right up there and beautifully driven through the cover region for another boundary here. That's a shot of class.
Yes, just have a look at that one. That was a touch fuller on the off stump, and definitely Riyansh is absolutely dominating this innings right now with his elegant timing and powerful strokes. He's really taking the attack to Singapore bowlers and putting Hong Kong in the driver's seat. His confidence is definitely infectious, and you can see him forcing the fielders to adjust as well. So far, he's been helped with a little bit of a misfield, and he's been just turning on the heat here.
And that will be the end of the batting power play. 10 overs, 59 for 1. So, very good start here for Hong Kong China.
Yes, the power play is completed. Hong Kong China are 59 for 1 here at the UKM Oval. Rian continues to really go on with his flurry of an innings. He's already 44 of 30, and he's been a perfect mix of aggression and control. His timing and shot selection have been a treat to watch. On the other hand, Trey is playing the steady opening anchor role. He's 11 of 26 at this point. He's holding on firmly the other end. This partnership is really laying a solid foundation for Hong Kong China, and they will definitely go on to build a competitive total from here on if no damage is done to this partnership. And for the first time today, we are seeing the introduction of leg spin. And I think that is the right thing to go about it, to bring in Akash Teja in place of someone like Rian Naik. Captain thought for a moment that maybe he needs to go on with his medium pace, but looks like he's quick to realize that the spinners have historically played a very good role out there in the UKM Oval. When the initial movement stops with the new ball, it's always the spinners who get a game in here.
I think the idea is also to take the pace away from the ball because both the batters are looking extremely confident and comfortable against the pacers. So I think it's time to slow things up and probably dry up those runs and put some pressure on the batters with some broad deliveries. Again, beautifully driven, but this time there's protection out there in the deep, driven down the ground for a single.
Yes, this is a very crucial moment for Singapore as they look to break this partnership and slow down Hong Kong China's momentum. And someone like Akash has a lot of variations. It could really pose a real challenge for the batters, especially with Rian in such a good touch. Looks like he's really trying to just see how the ball is doing. And that's why we were saying that he's looked to be in some kind of control since he's been given that opportunity out there. And now he's really looking quite comfortable out there.
So far, a decent over here from Akash Teja. Another fuller delivery, played down the ground, easy single. Well, a very good over comes to an end. Only 2 runs of it. After 11, it's 61 for 1. Well, it's bright and sunny out here. It's the ACC Under 16 East Zone Cup 2025 semi final between Hong Kong, China, and Singapore. That's played inside out, probably from the toe of the bat. Luckily for him, it didn't go straight to the fielder. So he survives. One of those rare occasions where we have seen Rayan Sharma mistiming a delivery. And yes, coming back to today's game, earlier on at the toss, it was Hong Kong China who won the toss and elected to bat first. And they lost 1 wicket for just 1 run on the board. And since then, the two batters out there, Rayan Sharma and Shrey Nilesh Kumar, are doing a wonderful job to reconstruct and rebuild this innings.
Yes, and with that, the captain, Rian Naik, is back into the bowling as well. And he almost delivered a wicket if the ball had carried to the fielder in the deep. But otherwise, he's bowled within himself. He's trying to get a good carry to the wicketkeeper on that occasion. Shrey Nilesh Kumar, on the other hand, has looked to steady the ship. He's 12 of 32. And from here on, I believe that he needs to have a shift in the tempo if Hong Kong here is to put on a very big total. Because if he continues to miss out on deliveries like those, it will be building a little bit of pressure on Rian Sharma. Because what he needs to do is just rotate and bring back Rian Sharma, who's looked quite solid out there. So that's been one thing that has been missing from here. Otherwise, Rian Naik has done a good job with the ball in hand. He's given away just the 10 runs so far. And from the other side as well, Akash Teja's previous over went for just 2. So really, they need to bowl a few more dot deliveries, perhaps, to bring the pressure back in.
Again, good use of feet. Shrey just dancing down the track, trying to create that room for himself. But again, good bowling here from Riyad Naik. He just followed the batter. And I think it's a good toy as well. So the ball is coming nicely onto the bat. So you can actually use your feet and get closer to every delivery and play your shots just like that. Good looking shot, but straight to the fielder for no runs.
Yes,
That's
and definitely Hong Kong have a lot of batters to come yet. We know that someone like their captain, Preet Kishore Kumar, is also a very good batter out there. He's is the second best scorer in terms of runs in this tournament after Rian Sharma. So they'll be finding comfort in the fact that someone like Preet Kishore Kumar is still waiting. With that 12 overs completed, it's 62 with a loss of one, and we're still looking for that one bowler who can pick up a wicket.
That's pulled away. That's in the air. And there is the breakthrough. What a moment here. It was short and wide. And Rian Sharma perished into the deep.
Yes, oh no, would you believe it? Rian goes for the big one, and this time he doesn't clear the distance. He's caught in the deep, and that's the end of a brilliant innings. He's visibly disappointed. He wanted to hit that for a six, and he was eyeing that half century at this stage. So he walks back for a magnificent 46 of 33. And we knew that sometimes the leg spinner really can make a mistake when it comes to the approach of the batters. And Akash Teja does exactly that. Big moment in the game, and Singapore will definitely breathe a sigh of huge relief. That is the breakthrough that they were desperate for.
Well, could this be the opening Singapore were looking for? They've got the danger man, Rian Sharma, getting out for 46. He'll be absolutely livid with himself not to convert that into a 50 or even more. I mean, the stage was set. It's a big match, the semi-finals, and he just wasted the opportunity. But yes, I still think that he was lucky enough. He was dropped in single digits and then went on to score 46. Nevertheless, it's 62 for 2. And in walks the captain of Hong Kong China, Preet Kishore Kumar.
Yes, and with that, they'll have a right hand left hand combination out there, so which is the only thing that will keep them interested in the fall of the wicket of Rian Sharma. And with that, we definitely have to ask us the question that why he really needed to go after that. He was well in 46 of 31 deliveries, so it was an innings full of good shots, and it's a 50 over contest. So sometimes, and look at that, looks like he just wants to go after the bowling and continue the momentum that Rian has built, playing that inside out cover, and is off the mark with that. So interesting intent on display from the captain of Hong Kong.
Yes, absolutely. Preet has been in very good nick. Already scored some runs for the team. He's someone who's very busy as a cricketer. Look at that. He likes to milk his runs around. He likes to run hard. Again, good job there by the fielder. They've only ran two. Could have been the third. Probably was expecting the ball to roll past the ropes.
Yes, the captain Preet Kishore Kumar definitely has a lot of responsibility on his shoulder. Look at that. That will be signaled a no ball. It is not pitched even on the right area for him. So I think he's lost full control of that. And he knows that he really shouldn't have done that because Preet Kishore Kumar has already given us the idea that he's looking to go aggressively at the bowler, and he's provided with an opportunity here. Let's see if he capitalizes. And yes, he does. This is looking very big. Time from the middle of the bat, and that is dispatched. A maximum. Really did not need to do that here. Akash Teja, he was going at it nicely, and the maximum to start things off for Preet Kishore Kumar.
Well, after picking up a wicket, he's letting it slip away. Again, a juicy full toss, asking for punishment, and Preet Kishore Kumar obliges. Easy pickings for the captain. Another maximum here. He's going for runs here. Again, beautifully driven, but straight to the fielder. And that will be the end of the over. A successful one for Singapore. It's 73 for 2.
Yes,
Rian
definitely.
Naik will continue.
In spite of that wicket, I think that last over was slightly expensive, and that's really the reason why momentum is still with Hong Kong, China, if you ask me. And it's definitely been that man, the captain of Hong Kong, who's walked out of the middle and definitely announced himself with the help of that maximum. And so far, he's looked very busy out there. He's looked to rotate quite nicely. And on the other hand, Rian Naik definitely be aware of the fact that this is really going to be the partnership. We know that once Preet Kishore Kumar is out there in the middle, he looks to score a lot of runs and he looks to score them quickly. So that's another attempt in the kind of shift in the momentum that he'll be having in his mind. And with that, Rian Naik will definitely think of picking up one more wicket. He's bowled well so far. And here's Preet Kishore Kumar bowling to the captain. Look at how well he does that. Adjusts himself beautifully and a hint of absolute class, almost like Ricky Ponting, if I can say. Rocks back onto the back foot and then adjusted to the line of the ball and pulled it absolutely with a lot of elegance.
Beautifully pulled on that occasion. It was on the front foot, and the body balance was the highlight of that shot. It was very straightforward, very upright, but still managed to play that pull shot. It's wonderful batting from the Hong Kong China captain, and solid as a rock as well when it comes to defense. So I've been very impressed with Preet. Has done a wonderful job with the bat and with the ball as well. Picked up wickets, very economical as well. So a very handy cricketer to have. And he's the captain of the side, so he's doing well. Look at that. Just playing it with soft hands, tapping it for a single. Smart batting here.
Yes, definitely. On occasions, we've seen him adjusting to the line and length of the ball. And on that occasion as well, we saw that the ball was slightly rising the moment it pitched, and he adjusted quite beautifully. So he's done a good job since he's come out to bat. He's 15 of 9 already. And now he's partnering Shrey Nilesh Kumar, who really needs to start having a go because he's 13 of 36 right now. And momentum is rightfully back with them in spite of that fall of wicket. And from here on, Rian Naik wanted to just go about it quite comfortably, but he's been helped because of that boundary in this over already. So he needs to finish off nicely. He has one more delivery remaining, and he'll be bowling to that man, Shrey Nilesh Kumar.
Again, a good looking shot there for no runs. End of the over, it's 79 for 2. So Akash Teja will continue in here. Leg spinner. Oh, that was aerial. Good delivery. He enticed the batter to play that drive in the air. And fortunately for Preet, it fall in the middle of both the fielders.
Yes, that shot was played in the air, but I don't think that Preet Kishore Kumar wanted to just play along the ground. I think that was quite intentional because he wanted to just go over the infield. The deep cover fielder was rightfully placed. Once again, we see that it was deviating down the leg side, but the batter just fails to capitalize the gap. And so far, we've seen that Shrey Nilesh Kishore Kumar is just struggling to find runs at regular intervals. Whenever he's on strike, he's played a few dots. Just on that occasion, you can see that good use of the feet, but so far he's not been able to pick gaps whenever he wanted to.
Yes, absolutely. I think the dot balls are piling up and it will only create more pressure not only on Shrey but the other batter as well. Preet, who has looked good, walked into bat with some very positive approach. He's batting on 16 of just 10.
Yes, and it is quite interesting, especially with the fact that Akash Teja, who in spite of picking up that wicket, has been slightly expensive. So that's another aspect that the captain will be aware that once they have a lot of runs on the board, it will be very difficult for them to stop. On the other hand, if Akash Teja is able to just pick up another breakthrough here, things will come right back for Singapore. You can see that this time he's gotten a little bit of turn, and that's why Preet Kishore Kumar was unable to just play it on the offside. Another dot ball. So we have one more delivery remaining in this over, and this has been a good one for Singapore.
Yes, he needs to finish it right, and he does that. Good delivery. That was the flipper. Went on with the arm and beat Preet outside the off stump. End of over number 15. It's 81 for 2.
And with that, we see another change in the bowling. Uh, the fast bowler Kapish, is back into the attack, and we can see him brought back because of the fact that Rian's, the captain, was not really getting any kind of luck out there. Starts us off brilliantly, just playing on the offside.
Well, that was a good delivery right up there in the block hole. Well, the Singaporean bowlers will need few of those. So far, they have not been able to test the batters apart from a couple of loose shots. There's nothing much to talk about.
Yes, Kapish steaming in once again. And once again, the similar sort of delivery, huge appeal by the wicketkeeper, optimistic really. And after the completion of 50 over, the score was 81. And now also we can see that it's the captain, Preet Kishore Kumar, who's really leading from the front, unbeaten 16 of 12. And he's really been the man who's carrying on the momentum here.
Well, I'm also very impressed with the height of Kapish. A very tall lad. Yes, it's under 16, but still he has a good physique. Reminds me of that West Indies era when the bowlers were actually making the life of the batters really terrible. So he gives me a vibe of that West Indies flavor.
Yes, and he's been bowling in that similar sort of a way also. It's good that you've pointed that out. He's trying to bowl with a lot of pace here. We know that we're at the under 16 level, so sometimes you expect fast bowlers who have not been so well built yet. They have years to come for their maturity. But here, Kapesh is really bowling quite quickly and he's been bowling with a lot of pace.
Absolutely, and he's bowling at a very tight line and length as well. We have seen him bowl a couple of Yorkers, so he has good control. That's wonderful to watch because at the age of 16, if you can execute the Yorkers well and you can work on it, and once you reach the bigger stage, I think it will be very effective. So well done so far. Kapish is bowling well.
Yes, and the only thing he needs is to pick up a wicket here. He's been slightly expensive in the context of this game. He's given away 20 runs really, and he's looked like he's trying to do a lot of things, but he needs to focus on just maintaining that line and length. We can see that someone like Shrey, the opener, is still out there. He's At the moment, he's 15 of 44, so it's been a slow and steady knock. He's played the anchor role so far, but with the power play long over, the field is spread, and he needs to start capitalizing on that. Maybe some kind of release shot to really shift the gears, and with that in the air but not comfortably played, we can see that he's struggling for some form here. He's not really been himself. The ball has not really come to him at the pace that he wants, and looks like trying to just up the scoring.
Well, the run rate dipped down a bit. They were scoring almost at 6 runs per over, and now it's 5.19. That's what a wicket can do here. It has slowed down the pace and dried up the runs, so this might create some pressure.
Yes, definitely. That's what a wicket can do. And sometimes when it falls, the batters are looking to rebuild. We saw that someone like Preet Kishore Kumar was looking busy. I think the reason that the run rate is being affected is because of the approach of Shrey Nilesh Kumar. I think he's been the man who's really looked like he's struggling for a little bit of rhythm, like we were mentioning in the previous over. Played some very good looking shots, as you can see on that last occasion as well. Really advances down the ground and sometimes uses his wits to absolute perfection. But it's just that his shots have gone to the fielders way too often, and that's why he has not been able to pick up the gaps, and in turn, he's not really helped his scoring either. On the other hand, we have Akash Teja bowling quite well as well. After that onslaught from Preet Kishore Kumar, he has also settled in quite nicely. Now, one thing good about his bowling is the fact that he's really purchasing a lot of turn from this wicket.
Yes, absolutely. And coming back to Shrey Nilesh Kumar, I think the approach needs to change. He has been timing the ball very well, but just hitting the fielders every now and then, and with a wide open spreaded field, I think. Oh, he's been given. That was a big appeal, and the umpire took his time and slowly raised his finger. Oh, well, what a moment here! Singapore got another wicket here, and finally, Shrey is out.
Yes, and the only thing that is going in favor of the bowler is perhaps that it has pitched the batter on the full. And really, it's been a long stay for Shrey Nilesh Kumar out there, who's struggling for runs, and that brings the fall of his wicket. And once again, it is Akash Teja. He's looking like he's the man with the golden arm for Singapore. And with that, Singapore will be really happy since they have now picked up 3 wickets and much needed change in momentum for them. And after that slight bit of drinks break, we're back with live action. So far, Akash Teja has been absolutely brilliant with the ball in hand. His leg spinners have already awarded Singapore the much needed 2 wickets that they were looking for. And with that, we have new batter V. Mathur out there. And it's been good captaincy from Rian Naik, definitely. He's making good changes with his bowlers, and he's not really allowed Hong Kong to settle in. And we'll be very happy that the left-hander has gone back. And right now we have two right-handers out there. It's been a good over from Akash Teja. 17 overs completed. It's 87 with the loss of 3. And now with the new batter, B. Mathur out here, you can see that Kapish is trying to continue what he's done so far. He has bowled 4 overs before this. He's given away 21 runs. But on occasions, we've seen him trying to just rip through the batters with his faster deliveries. And on that occasion, we can see hint of that as well. An optimistic appeal from the wicketkeeper, but umpire not in favour.
Well, it was a good delivery outside the off stump. Probably Veer Mathur just trying to play that cut shot, but the feet didn't move well. He was trying to play away from the body. Usually that's not technically right, but then we have seen a lot of cricketers these days heavily relying on their hand-eye coordination.
Yes, definitely. Hand-eye coordination can take you into a certain aspect of your career, but definitely need to improve on your feet movement. And so far, I must say that all the batters of Hong Kong have really batted with proper technique.
Yes, absolutely. Both the batters now will look to build a partnership here. Very much needed. They've lost 3 wickets already.
On that occasion, we saw a little bit of use of feet from V. Mathur. We saw him just trying to advance and maybe derail Kapish of his line and length. So the intent is once again clear from V. Mathur, the new batter, that he is trying to be proactive. Sid, one thing I want to point out to you is the fact that that previous partnership between Preet Kishore Kumar and Shrey Nilesh Kumar was 24 of 28 deliveries. But in that partnership, it was Preet Kishore Kumar, the captain of Hong Kong, who managed to put on 19 runs. And on the other hand, it was Shrey Nilesh Kumar who just got 4. And that really tells you that the partnership was being carried by that man. And that is sometimes difficult for a batter to just do because you really need support from the other end as well. So it's not just about the dot balls. Sometimes you have to really rotate the strike. You don't have to hit every delivery for a boundary. And we hope that this partnership really does something different for Hong Kong because, in spite of the runs they have picked up, things have now started to look a little bit sluggish for them. They have not been able to get the runs as quickly as they would have wanted after that innings of Rian Sharma.
Well, he dances down the track. Good use of the feet once again. A misfield there, and that will be a boundary. It was a well timed shot, but then the misfield just helped it onto its way for another boundary here. So, welcome boundary here.
Yes, just on that occasion, we see once again what has been the story for Singapore today. There has been far too many misfields out there, and singles are turning into twos, and sometimes what should be stopped is turning out to be another boundary. So these little lapses are really adding up, and in the 50 over game, especially, this can, of course, come back to bite you. So far, Singapore will try to just help their bowlers with their fielding, and they have not been able to do that.
Meanwhile, Akash Teja will continue in here. The leg spinner still has a slip in place. They're taking the aggressive approach, trying to make the batter think, especially with the slip in place and a lot of fielders on the offside hovering around the batters.
Yes, the batter should really try to consolidate a little bit here. We saw on that occasion, on that last ball, that Preet Kishore Kumar was not fully aware where the ball is going. So Preet is he's looked sharp so far. He's mixing intent with some smart placement and he's kept the scoreboard ticking. And we've seen that Veer as well, his partner today, who just walked out to bat, has also looked quite confident early on and he's got it into stride quickly. So all they need to do is just rotate the strike and capitalize on the start that they have and maybe maintain a run rate of just around that 4 to 5 mark so that they can have a platform to just go on.
Yes, absolutely. I think 90 runs on the board. We are only into the 19th over, so they have a lot of time in hand. So they should be looking to score at least 250 or even more. That's a big appeal. Another close shout.
Once again, very well bowled by Akash Teja. And for a moment, I thought that that might be very close, perhaps just dropping in on the leg stump and maybe a little bit away from it. That's why the umpire was not in favor. So far, he's mixed it quite nicely. Once again, we see a very good looking shot, well executed, this time from Veer Mathur, and he picks up a boundary of that sweep shot. So once again, we see a new batter out there, just gets the momentum straight away, and things have not been made difficult for him from the word go.
Yes, a beautiful looking shot there. He missed out on the first occasion, but second time, lucky for him, well executed. And yes, I think that's the way to go. I think Srey Nilesh Kumar was very defensive in approach, almost went into his shell, not trying to play shots, not trying to express himself. And we have seen the completely opposite from both the batters batting there right now, Veer Mathur and Preet. End of 19 overs, it's 98 for 3.
Looks like it's going to be spin from both ends, and once again, we see another change in the bowling. And that's been one thing that Rian Naik has done very well so far. The moment he sees that there's a shift in momentum, he brings in a few bowling changes. So far, Vedansh Gupta has bowled 3 overs, given away 17 runs, and picked up a wicket. And we've also seen the likes of Akash Teja doing very good with the ball in hand. The leg spinner has picked up a couple of wickets as well. So right now we see another off spinner into the attack and starts off very well, just beating that outside edge.
Well, a very good start here from Ahan. He's in prime form with the bat. Scored 140 odd runs in an innings, and probably he's sitting right up there as the top scorer for Singapore in this tournament so far. And I think now he will try to deliver something with the ball as well.
Yes, and that's one thing that the all-rounders are really good at. They can translate their form with one aspect of the game into the other. We know that Ahan has done brilliantly with the bat. He's actually the third highest scorer in this tournament. The two Nepali batters are right out there, and after that, it is Ahan. So right now, he has his work cut off. He needs to do good with the ball in hand, and perhaps if he can somehow manage to pick up the wicket off the captain of Hong Kong here, he will be absolutely filled with joy. Looks like that is not what is to be. It's a beautiful looking shot from V Mato, and it was slightly short and wide. He's done that on a few occasions before, but this time V Mato well adjusted and beautifully cut that one away. No chance for the fielder in the deep.
Yes, a brilliant shot there. Just dissecting the fielders on the offside. He knew exactly where the gaps are. And that boundary will also bring up the 100 for Hong Kong China. It's 103 for 3. We're only into the 20th over. So they are scoring at good pace here. Current run rate is 5.24. And I think Hong Kong China needs a good partnership here. Probably if they can add on a 50 or a 100 run partnership, that will really set the tone to reach 300 as well, Abrar.
Yes, definitely. We know that this is the crucial semi-final between these two sides, and we know how important runs are at the board. And so far, they've done brilliantly. They've set the tone beautifully in this semi-final with aggressive and content as well as fearless cricket. They've lost a few wickets in the process, but the intent has been crystal clear from ball one. They're trying to be very proactive out there. And right now, in this partnership, we initially thought that the charge will be led by someone like Preet Kishore Kumar, who's looked good for his 22. But so far, we've seen that V. Mathur has worked out and really translated momentum to his innings. And right now, Hong Kong find themselves at a very comfortable position in this innings. And with that, another change in the bowling. Yuvan Pandey is brought back into the attack, and he starts things off this time quite well. Captain Preet Kishore Kumar is calmly guiding the innings, batting on 22 of 22, while Veer Mathur is starting to look really comfortable out there. He's 15 of 14 and showing good intent with excellent footwork out there in the middle.
That's a big appeal, and he has been given trapped right in front of the stumps. It was that flighted delivery. He was deceived in the flight and playing all over it. And Yuvan Pandey gets his man.
Yes, just when things were looking good, that is a classic off spinner's delivery. You can see that the ball flighted just enough, and he's trying to flick that on the leg side and trapped in front. No hesitation for the umpire to really raise his finger, and really that is what was required. This is why Yuvan Pandey has been the top bowler for Singapore.
And with that, it's Rishi Bhutani who walks into bat. So a crucial moment here to walk into bat. So he needs to keep his calm and spend some time there. And we have seen throughout the tournament, Rishi Bhutani is a type of batter who likes to spend some time out there. He likes to take his time and score runs on a slow pace, and then he can really accelerate. So Hong Kong China will need a similar type of innings from him.
Yes, definitely. And he starts off brilliantly against that new batsman. And definitely, we have to once again just remind ourselves how good Yuvan Pandey has been so far in this tournament. On that last occasion, he flighted that one beautifully. That just tipped enough, and he went for that flick shot, and eventually looked like he'll pick up another wicket on this occasion as well. You can see that he's rushing through his overs quite quickly, and he knows that this is the moment in the game which he needs to capitalize on.
Yes, absolutely. Again, a good delivery, but this time just played on the onside. An easy single here. Well, we have another match lined up at the STC in semi-final one. The host Malaysia going against Nepal. Malaysia are batting right now. The score is 34 for 4. So that's how dominant the Nepalese bowlers have been today.
Yes, and here, on the other hand, it's 21 overs completed, 105 runs on the board with a loss of 4. And right now, we can truly say that the game is in the balance. One more wicket here will bring Singapore in the front foot. On the other hand, if this partnership continues to blossom, then Hong Kong, China will find themselves in a comfortable position. So, viewers, this is getting very interesting out there in the middle. And right now, we can't really say which side has more momentum with them.
Yes, absolutely. A couple of wickets here can really turn the match on its head. Oh, beautifully bowled once again. That's a big appeal. That was very close to the bat.
Said I thought he definitely got something. It is quite an interesting decision from the umpire. I think I felt there is some deviation of the bat.
Yes, absolutely. And there was a sound as well. So you might be very lucky. But of course, we don't have DRS or anything. So things might happen, right? Another good delivery. Again, Rishi Putani just trying to cut the ball which is too close to his body.
Yes, and you can see that Ahan is trying to run away with this over as quick as possible and not really allowing the batters to just figure out what he's trying to do out there. He's trying to take the ball away from the right hander. He's not spinning it much, but just as you can see, once again, he's trying to pick up that outside edge.
And what he's also doing is he's coming around the wicket, so he's getting that angle to go away from the right hander. So as a right hander, when an off spinner is bowling to me, I'll be expecting the ball to come back in, but he's just doing the complete opposite. So it's not easy to pick him up. Very good bowling here.
Yes, and so far the ball hasn't really turned enough, and with that angle, he's been able to just get that one away. Once again, another optimistic appeal. Finishes that over quite quickly. 22 completed. It's still 105 with the loss of 4. And this has been a good over from Ahan. Once again, we can see that tall off spinner, Yuvan Pandey, back into the attack. He's used his height absolutely beautifully. He's getting that ball to deliver from that high release point. So for that reason, he's been also getting that extra bit of bounce, and he sometimes loops it in. And when it lands on that perfect area, he can get that LBW just like we have seen on that previous occasion with V Mato. So he's been doing his basics right. He's been bowling classic off spinners with that modern flavor, if I can say so.
Well, when you talk about flavors, he again reminds me of another West Indies bowler, Suleiman Ben, left arm off spinner, similar in stature, very tall spinner, and I think he has very good prospect here. Yuvan Pandey doing the right thing, bowling with his basics right, very tight with his line and length, and he's mixing it around as well. He's coming around the wicket and over the wicket as well, so creating that angle and trying to purchase a wicket.
Yes, when we were discussing about tall frame, I was wondering which bowler will come to your mind. But once again, your your favorite West Indian bowlers are the ones which comes to your mind. For a moment, I thought he's more resembling someone like Ravichandran Ashwin.
I was referring to the height, probably not the action, definitely. Yes, but yeah, I mean, his bowling action resembles Ashwin. So it's good to have uh, the bowling action of Ashwin and the height of Sulaiman Ben.
Yes, he's drifted the ball on occasions, and occasionally the ball has dipped and bounced, and sometimes as well straightened into the pads. So once again on that occasion, we've seen him bowl slightly fuller, and that was driven nicely from Rishi Bhutani. End of another over, just one of it, 106 on the board with a loss of four. And right now, he's still looking for a partnership when it comes to the context of the approach of Hong Kong China. Preet Kishore Kumar still out there. Right now, he's been off strike for quite some time. He's 23 of 25, and he's been partnered by Rishi Bhutani, who since coming out to bat has faced 13 deliveries for just that one run.
And well, a very slow start for Rishi Bhutani as well. Already faced 13 deliveries, only scored a single. So the dot balls are piling up. Some very slow overs in the middle, courtesy of some wonderful bowling from the Singaporean spinners.
Yes, definitely. Both Ahan and Yuhan are really going through their overs very quickly. They have not wasted any time, and just in bowl and back to their mark. That is what they have done so far. It's been smart cricket from the Singapore duo, especially they have kept the batters from settling. They have kept the rhythm going, and they've maintained the pressure because of their tight line and length. And it is the 50 over game that in which we expect the tempo to shift quite quickly as well. Once again, slight bit of a misfield, but no damage done really. So the spinners are not really just containing the batters, they're dictating the pace of this middle phase. The pressure is quietly starting to build again.
Yes, absolutely. They're bowling well and keeping the line very tight as well. Look at that, no room whatsoever for the batters to play with. And look at how beautifully they have dried up the runs. Hong Kong China brought up the 100 in the 19th over, and since then it's almost the 24th over, 109 runs for 4 wickets. So that's how good the bowlers have been.
Yes, and interestingly said, we don't have a slip in play, especially to someone like Rishi Bhutani. You can see him not really getting the gaps as often as he would have liked. So perhaps one thing that these two spinners can just try doing is bring in a few fielders, especially when Rishi Bhutani is batting, and perhaps just not allow that free run as we have seen on that last occasion. Maybe they can have a slip in play and a catching cover as well as a short mid wicket. Just build on that pressure slightly more as they've done so far.
Well, end of 24 overs, 110 for 4, current run rate of 4.58. We have seen Hong Kong China for most of the innings batting with a run rate of over 5 runs per over, but the last couple of overs have been very, very silent. Oh, that's a good delivery again. Jovan is just trying to slow things down and trying to bring the batter onto the front foot. This is a good ploy because there's a catcher in place, there's a slip as well. Quick run there, direct hit, and he could be gone. He's gone. Oh, I thought the umpire showed the finger. Probably he was just showing the stumps. It was very, very close.
Big moment in the game if that finger was given because a partnership was slowly starting to build. And if Hong Kong China lose one more wicket here, they'll find themselves in a lot of trouble. And right now, both these batters are safe. Yuvan Pandey is really looking like he's the one who's feeling the pressure out there. And especially against someone like Rishi Bhutani, he's done a very good job. Right now, after a very long time, I believe it's Preet Kishore Kumar who's on strike.
And that's smart batting, just working it down for a single. I think that should be the ploy, trying to rotate the strike and keep the scoreboard ticking. We have seen Rishi Bhutani taking a very slow approach. He's batting on 5 of 19 deliveries, which also probably put the pressure on him to take that single. He almost got run out on that occasion. So I think it will be very important that he tries to accelerate here or at least gets a single now and then.
Yes, and one thing about Hong Kong today has been after that partnership between Sri Nilesh Kumar and Riyan Sharma, which was a big one, 61 runs partnership between them. I think the wickets have really fallen at quite regular intervals. First wicket at 1, the next at 62, and after that 86 and 104. So as soon as a partnership just starts flourishing, Singapore have managed to pick up a wicket and just throw them on that back foot once again. And once again, we can see that Rishi Bhutani, since coming out to bat, he's really struggled for some runs out there. They have not come to him thick and fast, and that's something that we have to appreciate when it comes to the bowling of Singapore here.
Yes, absolutely. I think good fighting spirit shown by the Singapore bowlers. They're looking down and out, especially when that partnership between Shrey and Riyan Sharma was forming. They took the attack to the bowlers, and since then they have came back well. Good fight here.
I think they're discussing about how many deliveries are remaining in this over. And looks like the over is completed. So we are at the halfway stage. After the completion of 25 overs, it's 113 with a loss of 4. And once again, it will be very difficult for us to just explain which side is playing with more momentum with them. And we continue as the spinner is back into his bowling mark. 25 overs have been completed. The game is truly in fine balance here at the UKM Oval. With Hong Kong China 113 with a loss of 4. Captain Preet Kishore Kumar continuing to anchor the innings with a lot of maturity, batting on 25 from 29. He's rotated the strike beautifully. This time slightly aerial as he's trying to spray that one down the ground. On the other hand, we find Rishi, who's really looking like he's in a very tough phase. He's 5 of 21 deliveries and is struggling to really get the gaps and build any kind of rhythm. Full credit to Singapore bowlers, especially Ahan and Yuvan, done well to tighten things up, and they're rushing through their overs and not really giving away anything that is really scoring the scoreboard ticking. The run rate has truly dipped at this phase. We can definitely say it's 4.49 at this stage, and the middle phase is now all about patience as well as pressure for the other team. One wicket here could really swing at Singapore's way, but on the other hand, if Preet stays in, Hong Kong China will have a platform they can build on. With that, we have Ahan who's continuing, and he doesn't have a slip in play, so that's one thing that the captain can really help him with because he's bowling quite well.
That's beautifully bowled once again. Another good delivery here from Ahan. I'm liking the way he's bowling from around the wicket, and he's bowling at some good pace as well. So it doesn't give the batter too much time to react to the deliveries, and that slashed away. That took the outside edge and might run away towards the boundary, and it does. Welcome boundary here from the captain, Preet.
Yes, much needed in the context of this innings. That was slightly wideish, and the batter did not really hesitate to go after it. Not in full control, definitely, But we know that the outfield is lightning fast here at the UKM Oval, and once again making it quite evident that if you play your shots, you get full value for it. So Preet Kishore Kumar really getting a move on here. On the other hand, we've seen too many play and misses from Rishi Bhutani, and that really has been why the scoreboard is looking a bit sluggish out here. But definitely, Preet Kishore Kumar has his work cut off here, and he needs to continue in this very fashion if Hong Kong is to put on a big score.
And again, how quickly that ball just traveled to the boundary. The moment a batter beats the infield, that ball is always traveling to the boundary. So wonderful facilities here in Malaysia. They have some wonderful grounds. This is the UKM Oval. Then we have the STC and KTJ. And then we have biomass as well. And Malaysia did a wonderful job in hosting ACC and ICC events as well. Oh, that's in the air, slashed. Oh, one-handed effort. That will be another chance gone begging.
Yes, another very difficult opportunity. Once again, the fielder has to be given credit. He went after it with his full stretch, but eventually the ball just popping out at the last moment. But nevertheless, this was a good attempt by the bowler. Once again, Ahan looking like he'll pick up a wicket because he's bowled with a lot of discipline. We saw that on that last occasion that boundary came off the outside edge, and this time also the ball was not played with full control. So Ahan, even though he's been given away a few runs in this over, he's bowled very well.
Well, coming back to Malaysia as a host, Malaysia hosted the Under 19 Women's World Cup earlier this year. The big event, and it's wonderful to watch how much cricket Malaysia hosts. Especially in 2024, they hosted the most number of international T20s in the world. So I think a lot of credit should go to the Malaysian Cricket Association as well. This time it's played down the ground. Another single here for Preet.
And I think it's the right time to just bring in the left arm spinner, Arav Agarwal, especially given that two right hand batters are operating. So once again, the captain of Singapore has been very proactive. This time a flighted delivery from Arav and dipping in at the very last moment. And it was well done by Preet Kishore Kumar to just play it down the leg side for that single that was on offer.
Oh, this time it's ball short and wide. Again, no timing whatsoever. Preet will be very disappointed not to put that away. It was a long hop.
Yes, I'm waiting for that one delivery that comes in with the arm. So far, he's been happy to just turn it away from the right hander. This time, nicely punched off the back foot. Another single. So they've played this over quite well. The ball going away from them. And Araf Agarwal will be quite happy that he has that last ball coming to bowl at Rishi Bhutani now. Let's see how it goes. Tossed up, nicely played off the back foot, and he will keep strike. End of the 27th over, it's 122 with a loss of 4.
Well, a decent partnership starting to grow here. They have added 18 runs, but the only problem in this partnership, they have faced 40 deliveries, and most of those faced by Rishi Bhutani. He's already faced 23 and only scored 7 runs. I think he needs to rotate the strike and give the strike to the captain. That should be the target right now.
And once again, two different type of spinners operating from either end. And so far against Yuvan, we've seen that the batters have rocked back and played nicely on their back foot throughout their innings. So once again, we were talking about how good the technique has been from the batters of Hong Kong. Once again, that is on display.
Again, punched off the back foot, straight down the ground for a single. Well, Abrar, you have been in Malaysia for quite some time. You have played a lot of cricket in these grounds. Tell me something about your personal experience.
Yes, definitely, we've spent plenty of time out here at the UKM Oval. And I think most of the time, what my take from this ground is that once the power play is done, I think the spinners definitely start operating, and that's been how the locals have operated in this. That is, once the domestic teams start playing here, they have usually done very good with the spinners. But one thing that I have to say definitely in this attack is Yuvan has been bowling quite well. But look at that. Once again, evidence of that, that whenever he's tried to bowl his off spinner, the batters have just rocked back and played that down the ground quite comfortably. So one thing they can definitely try from here is that since the ball is turning a bit, they can really ask Logon to come inside the circle, because so far we have not seen any attacking shots. Maybe, just maybe, if they bring in that fielder, we can see a fall shot from somewhere, and in the attempt of clearing the infield, maybe one wicket can fall. That's really something that I would have tried at this stage.
Well, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. I think the idea here should also be to try to use their feet and play the ball in that V where there's not much protection. So easy single is there on offer. But we have seen both the batters are trying to play a bit squarer of the wicket rather than going straight. I think straight down the ground is one of the safest places to hit the cricket ball. And saying that, we have the pacer coming back into the attack, Vedant Gupta.
Yes, today definitely we've seen that Vedansh has been the fastest of the bowlers that Singapore has to over. And I think we're seeing that change that is due, because so far the spinners have done well, but they're still searching for that wicket. And as you've asked me before, the UKM Oval has really shown itself to be quite helpful for off spinners, especially in the middle overs. And in this innings, we've seen them doing a good job in terms of restricting the scoring of Hong Kong. But I think it's always a welcome change to just continue from spin from one end and pace from the other.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's very important to use your bowlers at the right time and at the right place as well. And so far, the Singaporean captain did a wonderful job in rotating the bowlers. He has been very proactive to bring in the pacers and the spinners. And I think that's the exact reason why they have stopped the flow of runs. And right now, the run rate is only 4.41. And Rishi Bhutani is struggling out there. 9 of 30 deliveries.
Yes, Vedant Gupta is someone who can definitely capitalize in this phase, but looks like another misfield. And he would have really wanted Rishi Bhutani to be on strike for longer, because he's the bowler with a very good line and length that we have seen from the very start of this innings. And definitely at this stage, it is line that is critical, just outside the off stump perhaps, with him having the ability to just tail it into the right hander. And with that kind of delivery, the batter is always drawn forward, which can create some room for bold as well as LBW. And sometimes with the catching fielder, there can be chances of that also. So right now, the captain, Kishore Kumar, is on strike, and let's see how Vidansh goes with him on strike. Beautiful ball, just outside the off stump, and exactly what we mentioned. On that occasion, we saw that he was trying to just draw the batter forward.
Yes, another good delivery. And he's bowling with some good pace as well. Steaming in. Just 16 years old. You're at your prime when it comes to fitness. These are youngsters. It's always good to run in hard and hit the deck. And I think with more experience and more matches, it's only going to strengthen. Again, cut away straight to the fielder. No runs there.
I'll be quite interested to see if the tall off spinner is to continue from the other end, because Yuvan Pandey has actually looked the most threatening out there today with the ball in hand. And So far, Vedansh Gupta has bowled well. He's trying to finish this over. Perhaps he'll be happy to pick up a wicket here. We'll have to wait and see how he goes. But this was a good over, nevertheless. And beautifully bowled. An appeal there. Once again, the umpire not in favor of the bowler of Singapore. Vedansh finishes off quite nicely. For a moment, I thought he has almost clipped that off stump. Nevertheless, finishes with a dot. 29 overs completed, 126 with a loss of 4.
Well, that was a peach of a delivery. He opened him up, just couldn't take the edge, but nevertheless, wonderful delivery to end the over. So the spinner Ahan will continue in here. And when we talk about Rishi Bhutani, I think he resembles someone from India. Any guesses, Abrar?
I am just happy to know that for the first time we have a reference that is not from West Indies.
Well, he definitely is someone who's not worried about the strike rate, and he kind of reminds me of Rahul Dravid, someone who's glued onto the wicket, not afraid to play the dot deliveries, very solid with his defense, and technically correct as well, just like that on that occasion.
Yes, definitely. And both the spinners of Singapore today, in the likes of Ahan and Juvan, are both quite tall in their structure. So that's really been something because the tall off spinners in particular can extract that extra bounce from a slightly dry and worn out surface like we have here at the UKM Oval. And they have tried to make things difficult for the batters to. So far, we haven't seen them sweeping and driving quite confidently. When the ball is in flight, it tends to dip slightly, and that can really force the batters into false strokes. That's really something that we've seen the bowlers attempt. But full marks to Preet Kishore Kumar. He has looked absolutely solid, and definitely that comparison is something that he can be proud of.
Well, Vedant will continue in here. 127 for 4 after 30 overs. 20 overs remaining. And Abrar, what do you think? What should be the ideal score here, looking into the circumstances?
From here on, they will have 20 overs. So if you think of it like a T20 game with 6 wickets in their hand, I think definitely they'll be happy with a score of around the 220 to 230 runs because so far we know that the batting lineup is there. They have a long lineup, but coming out to bat at this crease without spending much time will be a little bit difficult. So I believe if they go around and pick up 100 more from here on, they'll be quite happy with themselves.
Yes, absolutely. I think 250 will be sweet as well because Singapore have some good batters. So if you don't post a good total, it's going to be an easy walk for them. But then we cannot just take away the fact that Hong Kong China has a very formidable bowling attack as well. They have some good spinners that took 5 first, and then they have Abhimanyu as well, who has been one of the leading wicket takers as well.
Yes, it was Abhimanyu who picked up a hat trick in this tournament, and he's been that one fast bowler with a lot of accuracy and a lot of rhythm beside him. And so far, I think it's been a good captaincy from Singapore to just rotate his bowlers as good as he has done, and he's brought back his fast bowler Vedansh into the attack. The fast bowler started off quite well with the new ball, and now bringing him back could be a key moment in this game if he can just break up that stand and pick up a wicket here. And what makes Vedant dangerous is that his high release point and he has that natural bounce, even off a good length. And here at UKM Oval, that bounce can really surprise even set batters like Rishi Bhutani and Preet Kishore Kumar. Let's see if he can just produce that one magic delivery here.
Yes, absolutely. And the wickets here get slower as the day progresses, and we can see a lot of spin and a lot of drift from the spinners, especially when the bowling is a bit slow. Because I believe me and Abrar both played a lot of matches here, so it will be interesting to watch how they approach, especially in the second innings. Meanwhile, Rishi Bhutani on strike. Oh, what a good delivery right up there in the block hole, and he did well to keep it out from the stumps.
Yes, so far 7 bowlers have been used by the captain of Singapore, Rian Naik, and among them was Akash Teja, the leg spinner, who picked up a couple of wickets. The off spinner Yuvan Pandey picked up 1 wicket by giving away 19 runs. Vedant Gupta has looked very good with the ball in hand, and among the fast bowlers, he's the only one who's picked up a wicket. So the captain definitely is looking for another one, and he's mixed things nicely. This partnership, on the other hand, is turning out to be a good one. They have already put on 25 runs on the board, but the only thing that has been going in the way of Singapore is the fact that it has come off 60 deliveries. So the run rate has really taken a dip. At the moment, it's 4.23. It's really warm and humid out there. So we definitely have to see how the fast bowlers operate as the pitch is starting to look like it's showing signs of spin.
Yes, definitely. Akash Teja took a couple of wickets, but for me, the real damage was done by Ahan and Yuvan. That spin bowling partnership that really dried up those runs and create that pressure on the batters. Again, a good looking shot, but straight to the fielder. Rishi Bhutani not being able to get the singles, and he's batting on 11 of 42 deliveries now.
Yes, Vedant so far has attacked the stump on regular intervals, but the defense of these two batters have been right up there. So maybe Vedant can just try to do something different here. Maybe bowl a short pitch delivery, a bouncer somewhere to just unsettle these two batters and eventually pick up a wicket. So a dot to finish the over for Vedant after the completion of 31 overs. It's 29 runs on the board with a loss of 4 wickets.
Well, that was a short break. The batters had some drinks. I think it's very important for them to be hydrated, especially in a hot and humid conditions like this. When we started off with a very gloomy day, and right now it's bright and sunny, wonderful conditions for cricket. And Hong Kong China are batting 129 for 4 after 31 overs, run rate of 4.16. We have Rishi Bhutani batting on 11 of 42 and Preet, the captain, batting on 33 of 44. And this is Shaidur, and with me I have my commentating partner Abrar.
Yes, and looks like we have another change in the bowling. So once again, the rotation of bowlers is what we talked about before. Is greeted with a beautiful looking shot, but that's gone straight to the fielder in the deep. So at this stage, we definitely have to talk about the tournament, which began with 10 teams, each full of hope, talent, and ambition. And after weeks of fierce battles, these stars have really risen to the occasions and produced some unforgettable moments. We're down to the best four now, and only the most consistent and the most resilient have made it this far. The likes of Nepal, the host Malaysia, and in this semi-final we have Hong Kong, China, and Singapore. Four teams now have just that one dream which they have to fulfill, and from these two semi-finals they'll be inching closer to the final here. So this is where the pressure forges heroes, and moments like this can become memories for them. With that, we have introduced Farid Thakur into the attack, and that's a very good looking shot. He was unable to pick up the gap in the field. Nevertheless, he starts off quite well with his off spinners.
Yes, and I believe it's also the four best teams that have made to the semi-finals. We have seen how good Singapore, Hong Kong, China, Malaysia, and Nepal were in the group stages. Probably the only team which I felt that could have done better and were very close in getting there would be Japan. I think they've played some wonderful cricket as well, but just unfortunate missing out from the semis.
Yes, and we've seen a few individual performances. Just we'll talk about it when we finish this. It was a good looking shot by the batter against Farid Thakur, perhaps not just trying to allow the bowler to settle in. And definitely, as we were speaking about it, I think we've seen a few individual performances in this tournament from the likes of someone like Sokor, the Myanmar fast bowler, who picked up 12 wickets. He was looking very good in that tournament. And also from someone like Witawat, that is the Thailand fast bowler, who's picked up 10 wickets as well. So we saw a few scintillating efforts with the ball in hand by a few of them. And on the other hand, as well, we have seen a few batting performances from these emerging sides who are not regularly playing this. We saw that you mentioned Japan putting out a very good show. We saw someone like Skylar who looked very good with the bat in hand, as well as Kavin Nira Chadda, who highly impressed me from Indonesia. It was a privilege for me to commentate when he was batting out there, a very handy all rounder with the bat and ball in hand. We've seen some very good performances. And other than that, of course, we know that Ronak Srivastava is really leading the charts, scored 296 runs with the bat in hand. And look at that turn from Akash Teja, like we were talking about it, how good he has been. He's been very good with the ball in hand for Singapore, and in this tournament, he's done a very good job as well. So, quite a few stars, like we were talking about, that have left an unforgettable impression with their cricketing skills. And right at that moment, a wicket out of nowhere. Once again, it is Akash Teja who's broken out a partnership, and the change has worked for Singapore. Looks like he has a knack for picking out wickets. And just when things are looking good, it is Rishi Bhutani who has to go back. A leg spinner just attacking the stump, and the batter committing a mistake just out of nowhere, really.
There's lapse of concentration on that occasion. And how many times have we watched a wicket right after a short drinks break? It really unsettles the batter's momentum. And I think this is a good wicket here for Singapore. Rishi Bhutani, he departs. Hong Kong, China have lost half of their side, 131 on the board.
Yes, Singapore really needed to pick up that wicket with half of the side already back at the hut. now Singapore will really feel like they have an opening. The captain, Preet Kishore Kumar, is still out there. Perhaps he is the man who's standing between a batting collapse and what can be a good score. So exactly like you mentioned before, he really needs to do something what Rahul Dravid has done over the years, and let's see if he's able to do that. On the other hand, Akash Teja is really bowling well. He's picked up 3 wickets, given away just 24 runs. Maybe they should attack a bit more and not allow the new batter to settle in.
And well, a lot of credit should go to the captain as well for bringing that bowling change. Rian Nayak did a wonderful job today in rotating his bowlers, and every time he has made those changes, he's got a wicket. A wonderful, wonderful captaincy here.
Yes, the rotation of the bowlers is something that he has done to absolute perfection, and that's really something that has not allowed the batters to settle in. Whenever we saw that they're getting too comfortable, right at that moment we saw someone new with the ball in hand.
But the good thing for Hong Kong China is the captain, Preet Kishore Kumar, is still out there. He's got a start batting on 34. Can he convert it into a big one? Oh dear, he almost hanged out. It was aerial, just short of the fielder.
Yes, on a few occasions I've seen that the bowler was just trying to bowl the leg spinner and it was turning from just pitching outside the off stump, and the batter has not really been able to control the shots. They've played in the air a bit too often, but he needs to remind himself that he's the key man out there with a lot of responsibility up his shoulder. We'll have to see how much he can get from here on. 33 overs have been completed. It's 132 with a loss of 5 for Hong Kong China. And maybe if Singapore is able to break this partnership, maybe just pick up the wicket of Declan Charge, the wicket keeping batter of Hong Kong, they'll find themselves right back into this game.
Well, definitely, if Singapore can stop Hong Kong China from reaching 200, it will be a moral boost, and they will be happy with the bowling, and we'll have the upper hand as well going into the second innings. I think it's all about building the momentum, and so far they're doing well. Like you have mentioned, probably a wicket or two in here can really put them under a lot of pressure.
Yes, and once again we see that thickish edge. We did not see a slip in the attack, and perhaps if it was there, it would have traveled straight to him. So that's been one thing. So far, we have not seen Rian Naik to just attack when we wanted him to. Sometimes he's really allowed the batters to settle in. So we have also seen that the likes of someone like Swarit Thakur is still into the attack. So we know that he's not really an opening bowler for Singapore. He's a part timer. And someone like Yuban Pandey has still 5 overs up his rank. So maybe that's something he could have worked with. If he really wanted to pick up a wicket here, he should have brought in his main spinner, who's Yuvan Pandey. But so far, we will wait out and see if that's a good decision for him. But so far, it doesn't look like it. Should have attacked with his prime bowlers.
And meanwhile, it's Declan Church out there in the middle. Well, he can bat. He's definitely someone who is not afraid to play his shots. We have seen him playing some cameos in the group stage. Well, Hong Kong China will need something similar for today. Look at that. How often do we see a spinner overstepping? So that will be a no ball and a free hit coming up. And I'm pretty sure Declan, Declan Church will be trying to get a boundary here. So free hit coming up.
We've seen that before, haven't we? When Preet was out there, we also saw him receiving a free hit. This time, not much damage done. He has fielded well, Rian, the captain. But as we were speaking, when Preet Kishore Kumar walked out to the middle, he was also awarded with a free hit. And just now, Declan Charge has also been given one. That's been one thing. When the new batter is out there, we always advise the captain to just attack a bit more and maybe pick up another one, because oftentimes we've seen one wicket can lead on to the fall of another wicket. So far, looks like Rian Naik is happy to continue with his part timer.
Yes, that was a very good looking shot and well stopped by the cover fielder as well, the captain himself. Wonderful effort. That ball was traveling, definitely saved 4 runs for the team. And I think that's very important as a fielding unit. You need to back your bowlers up. And we have seen a couple of drop catches and some fumbles at the boundary ropes, which is very unlikely for Singapore. They have been good throughout this tournament. And look at how deep Preet is batting in the popping crease. So that's allowing him some more time to face those deliveries. I think that has been one of the highlights of his batting.
Yes, Preet Kishore Kumar has batted with a very solid technique, and once again we see that ball deviating down the leg side, and the batter just nicely picks up the back beautifully. Another boundary for Preet Kishore Kumar. Once again, just when we felt that Singapore will be crawling with momentum, Preet Kishore Kumar stands in the way, and just like that, deposits another boundary.
There's nothing wrong with the delivery. Like I said, he's batting very deep in his crease, so it allows him to get that additional time and react to every delivery. This is very good batting from him. He moves on to 39 of 52. Captain leading from the front.
Yes, we know that there are only two ways that a batter can play against spin. Sometimes with the front foot, they need to advance and play it before it spins, and on occasions, they have to wait for the ball to finish its turn completely. After that, they can play as late as possible. And we have seen Preet Kishore Kumar do both of those responsibilities quite beautifully. He's sometimes played it with his front foot and driven them down the ground. And occasions, he have also played the ball very late. So he's very talented when it comes to batting.
And with that single, he moves into his 40s now. 140 for 5. Well, it's very important to build a partnership in here. And they have two good batters. But definitely, it's not going to be easy. The Singaporean bowlers are doing their best to stop the flow of runs. That's swept away into the gap. Very good looking shot. But the fielder does the job. Couple of runs there. Good running between the wickets as well.
And with that, Swarit Thakur to continue starts off with a slightly shorter delivery, so the batter adjusts by going on the back foot. So once again, we see that Preet Kishore Kumar is looking very active out there. But I'm really surprised with Rian Naik, who's captained so well today. I'm quite surprised to see the likes of Swarit Thakur to continue because we know that someone like Vedansh Gupta has still 5 overs. Kapish also has 5. Yuvan Pandey also has 5. So it's really quite interesting because with three of your top bowlers today, with so many overs remaining, is happy to just persist with his part timer.
I think it also shows the trust he has in his bowlers, especially the part timers. But yes, probably he realized the fact that the Hong Kong batters like pace on ball. So he's just trying to bring in the spinners and trying to slow the innings and not give anything to the batters. Probably that should be one of the things that's playing on his mind. But so far, he's done a wonderful job.
Yes, but at this stage, you definitely want your bowler to give you a wicket because if they are allowed to bat deeper, they have built on that partnership, and that's something they should not really allow if they want to come back in this game. But full credits to someone like Declan Charge. He's come out with a middle, and he's rotated the strike quite beautifully. He's been watchful. He's not tried anything too fancy, but so far whatever he's done has looked good for Hong Kong there. And with that, I'm definitely happy to see that change. It's Yuvan Pandey who's brought back into the attack. 36 overs gone, and Hong Kong China are 144 for 5. And definitely in this high stakes semi final at UKM Oval, both teams look equally good against each other. Another couple of runs to start things off. Captain Preet Kishore Kumar is playing a real captain's knock out there. He's already scored 41 of 59. He's anchored the innings with maturity. He's soaked up the pressure and he's kept his side in the game. And he's joined by the wicketkeeper, Declan. He's 7 of 10 right now. He's settled in nicely and he's supporting the captain quite well. And just when I say that, that's a very good looking shot, allowing the pace of the ball to do everything for him and just placed it to absolute perfection. So wide delivery from Yuvan Pandey, rare loosener, but Declan Charge is on the rise here.
Again, a beautiful looking shot. Just opening the face of the bat, he knew that there was space on offer. So the moment he hit that gap, it was always going for a boundary. This is smart batting here. Risk free cricket, I would say. Not taking the aerial route, just playing it along the ground and still getting 4 runs. So a welcome boundary here for Hong Kong China.
Yes, definitely. And with just about 14 overs to go, Hong Kong China will now be thinking about balancing caution with calculated aggression. One solid partnership really is required for them here, which can really take them to a competitive total. But Singapore definitely will be looking to bowl more rhythmically. They'll want to pick up a wicket that could open the floodgates and definitely allow them to just exert themselves at this innings. Another wide delivery this time just allows it to go to the keeper. So definitely Yuvan Pandey is getting some turn from this wicket.
Yes, and I think he's bowling at the right pace. Not bowling it too flat, too quick. Allowing the bowler, allowing the ball to turn. Another quick single, wild throw there from the fielder. So that will be the end of the over. It's 151 for 5. Well, Abrar, for your liking, the Pacers are brought back into the attack. It will be Kapish coming into bowl. He has bowled a very good line and length as well. And I think it's the right time to bring in the Pacers and try to purchase a wicket.
Yes, the tall fast bowler Kapish Venkatraman has been quite good with the new ball, and we know that he can eventually hold that one delivery which can pick up a wicket here. Maybe that change is what was required. We know that Preet Kishore has looked very good. He's batted beautifully against spin by using his feet, and now with a new batter, Declan Charge, maybe this was the right time to bring in Kapish. But we know that 13 overs are remaining, and we predicted at one stage that they will be eyeing that 250 mark. But I think from here on, they'll be definitely happy with something around that 220 to 30 mark as well.
Yes, absolutely. Again, it was outside the off stump and he was beaten for pace. That's one of the highlights of Kapish bowling. He has been bowling at a very good line and length and he gets the ball to skid a bit, surprising the batter. So he might not look as pacey, but the moment he delivers that ball, it hits off the surface, not allowing the batter too much time.
Yes, even at this young age, we can definitely see that Kapish knows how to use his wrist, and the fast bowlers definitely sometimes they can vary that pace between themselves by just using his wrist sometimes, and when they just exert that, sometimes that extra bit of pace is what is generated. That's something he's done quite beautifully. He's also looked to get some movement of the pitch even at this stage. So with the old ball, he's also bowled with a lot of accuracy. And this time, thickish edge. Is that taken? And yes, it is. What a catch this is by the wicketkeeper of Singapore. That will definitely uplift their spirit. And that is what was required. Preet Kishore Kumar once again will be very disappointed. He's fallen short of his well-deserved half century. Looks like it's the wicketkeeper rather, as you can see on the replay. Widest delivery, went after it, and a stunning catch by the wicketkeeper.
The absolute screamer there from Rohan Austin Arun, the wicketkeeper of Singapore. That's the sixth wicket for Hong Kong China. It's 153 for 6. Well, Preet is still out there, but he's losing on partners. Someone needs to be there, and I think it's the best time for Seth Pereira to walk into bat. Well, we are back live here at the UKM Oval. After a short drinks break, we have seen a wicket just before the drinks break. A wonderful catch from the wicketkeeper. And with that, we have Seth Pereira. Well, he's the danger man. We have seen him score 44 runs of 18 deliveries in one of the group stage games. So he is someone who can take the long handle and score some quick runs in here. Definitely that's something Hong Kong China will be looking for.
Yes, a crucial moment in this game with Kapish finally breaking through and getting the reward that he well deserved. Hong Kong China at 153 with a loss of 6 in just one ball remaining in this 38th over. All eyes are definitely set on their captain, Preet Kishore Kumar, who's still standing quite tall, 42 of 61 deliveries. He's held this innings together, but now more than ever, he's needed to support the lower order and put on a good score. Once again, almost picking out that outside edge again. And this has been a stunning over from Kapesh, which comes to an end. 38 overs completed, 153 for 6. And we'll have to see if Seth Pereira is able to partner Preet Kishore well.
Yes, I think it will be very important for Preet to carry his bat and make sure he's there till the end and plays the whole 50 overs. Meanwhile, Yovan Pandey will be bowling. Like the delivery, that's edged and he's gone. A sharp catch in the slips. And Preet Kishore Kumar gets out for 42.
And this is why it is very important for specialist bowlers to continue against a new batter. This is what I was speaking about throughout this innings. Once again, this time it is Seth who's walked out to the middle, and Yuvan Pandey is clever enough to just outfox him. A big breakthrough right after the break, then, and Seth Pereira doesn't really last long. And once again, he's getting that man which is required. So the pressure has built a little too much now from here on, and the breakthrough comes at the very right moment for Singapore.
What a delivery there. I think it was the flight again that deceived him, enticing the batter to come forward. But then the captain Preet went onto the back foot and got an edge and a sharp catch in the slips. It was Ayan, the fielder on that occasion. Sharp catch there. Ahan, beg your pardon. So welcome wicket here, a crucial one to get the danger man, the skipper of Hong Kong China, is out. Yuvan Pandey continues here. Oh, much better delivery. This time he bowled it flatter.
Yes, a huge moment in this game to get the wicket of the captain Preet, and definitely it is clever piece of work from Yuvan, who kept things tight and he's attacked very frequently. And that was a good decision from the captain of Singapore to bring back into the attack. And now that two new batters are out there, Singapore really have to capitalize with the ball in hand. And as quickly as they can clear the tail, it will be better for them.
Well, Abrar, for the third time we have seen a wicket right after the drinks break today.
Yes, definitely. That lapse in concentration that can often happen. We know that is also something that has been visible even in the international circuit. Exactly what has led to the disarray of this Hong Kong batting. Every time a break, every time a lapse in the concentration.
So far, they have capitalized on the opportunities. That's a full toss, and that's cut away. That will be a boundary here. It's Abhimanyu this time.
Yes, Singapore has really been guilty of that. We can see that low full toss was really gifted to the new batter, and he's fully obliged to pick up a boundary on that occasion as well. So every time a new batter has come out to the middle, we saw that Singapore sometimes has really given away some freebies, and that's been something they need to work on. Here, one more delivery remaining for Yuvan. He wants to improve his stats. Holds a classic off spin to finish off this over. 39 overs completed, 159 runs on the board with a loss of 7. And we really have to see how Abhimanyu and Seth Pereira go on from here.
I think Preet's wicket was a big blow here for Hong Kong China. We all know that Seth Pereira is someone who likes to express himself, likes to play his shots. So he would have needed a batter that can stay out there and rotate the strike. And Preet was exactly the type of batter who could have complemented him better.
Yes, and good to see the likes of Kapish back into the attack. He's picked up a wicket on his previous over. And after that massive blow, the dismissal of the captain Preet, Hong Kong China are 159 runs now with a loss of 7. At the crease now, Abhimanyu, who's batting 5 of 4 deliveries, and Seth Pereira still finding his feet with 1 of 4. So with both new batters out there, both will be finding themselves under a lot of pressure with the departure of the captain, and the team is really in a trouble situation here. They have got to do some rebuilding, but on the other hand, they will also be aware that not too many overs are remaining, so they really have to up the scoring as well. Definitely, we have to give full credit to someone like Yuvan Pandey as well as Kapish. They've been really bowling quite well, and they both delivered when they were required to.
Well, absolutely. I think the Singaporean bowlers did a wonderful job here. And I think the Hong Kong China batters did a good job as well. Apart from two batters. Oh, that's edged away. And that's running away to the boundary. A welcome boundary here coming off the bat of Seth Pereira. Probably not in control of that shot. Took that edge. But he'll take that any day.
Yes, that's really been one thing that has surprised me throughout this innings of Singapore when it comes to the bowling. Every time a new batter has walked out, I am wondering why they have not really attacked that batter. Right now, we are also seeing Kapish, who's bowling so well. He's not been given a slip fielder, and we're not seeing those attacking inside the circle. So that's really something that I am not really happy with when it comes to the fielding. Otherwise, Kapish is really creating a few chances here.
Yes, absolutely. I totally agree to that point. I think the captaincy has been slightly defensive, especially towards the back end of the innings. But Abra, talking about this innings, there were two batters, Sri Nilesh Kumar and Rishi Bhutani, who scored 16 of 47 and 12 of 49 deliveries each. What would you make out of those innings?
Yes, you make a valid point there. It's about that innings and what stage of that innings that they have delivered such a batting performance. And let me talk you through that. The partnership was between Riyan Sharma and Shrey Nilesh Kumar of 61 runs. And in that partnership, Riyan was batting at 46 runs, whereas Nilesh got 12 in 35 deliveries. And later, when Preet Kishore Kumar walked out, he scored 4 in 12. So the moment that Shrey Nilesh Kumar spent out there in the middle was really the fact that he was soaking a lot of deliveries, whereas his partner on the other side was really carrying the batting. And the same we saw when Rishi Bhutani walked out to the middle. His 12 of 49 came out when his partner Preet Kishore Kumar was going quite well out there in the middle. So those two batters really made sure that the flow of runs were not there. And I believe if they rotated the strike a little bit better, Hong Kong China today would have found themselves in a much better position because sometimes when your partner is not really bringing you back in, it's a bit difficult for you to carry on the momentum. So that's really been something that these two batters would have missed out today.
Yes, absolutely. I believe a partnership is when two batters complement each other. That's a good looking shot inside out, but there's a sweeper out there, just a single. Well, coming back to the point, I think in partnerships you need both your batters to contribute. Yes, one can be slightly aggressive and the other can just look to rotate the strike. But when you are batting with a strike rate of 30 odd, it always puts a lot of pressure on your partner. And we have seen that in Rayan's case as well. He was batting very well, but then those short deliveries pile up the pressure, and he wanted to hit that ball out for a six, and he hung up in the boundary line, and which costed him his wicket. So I think that has done some damage to Hong Kong China in this game.
Yes, and we talk about cricket at the under 16 level, and it's nice that we're analyzing to such critical aspects of the game because they can really take their experience from here on. Looks like Yuvan is not really happy with that effort in the deep and good running between the wickets nevertheless. He's unhappy, but full credit to the batters. And another thing from the aspect of Singapore really has been the fact that the positive has been the rotation of the bowlers definitely. I think Rian Naik has done a very good job bringing in the right bowler at the right time. But on the other hand, I think he wasn't too aggressive when it comes to bowling to the new batters. And just like that, Seth Pereira has fallen, and it is that man again, Yuvan Pandey, definitely one for the pick of the bowlers. He's gotten a wicket out of nowhere, thickish edge, and once again a stunning catch at the slip cordon.
What a catch there. Absolute ripper. That ball was traveling. Probably had just fraction of a second to react and he did well. Once again, that man in the slip, Ahan, who took that catch. Another wicket here for Yovan Pandey. He gets his third. And in walks Harishankar Venkatesh, the left arm seamer. Has been in and out of the squad, but definitely a very good bowler and a good prospect for Hong Kong China as well in near future. We'll see him in action with the new ball probably in the second innings. Meanwhile, the Singaporean bowlers are on top. They've taken the eighth wicket with only 166 runs on the board. At one stage, Hong Kong China were looking to score 300, and since then, we have seen a wonderful comeback here from Singapore.
Yes, they have an opening here. I think Singapore should really try to pick up those two wickets as quickly as possible because at one stage we were talking if Hong Kong China can manage well past 230 to 40 runs on the board. But looks like if they can manage to pick up those two wickets, they'll be able to restrict them to a very comfortable target that they can eventually go out to chase. And the likes of Vedansh Gupta has 5 overs remaining in his spell. Kapish has 3 overs. And Yuvan Pandey after this will have 2 more overs. And I think they should just go on with these three if they want to break the partnership between these two tail enders. Harishankar is out here now. 9 overs remaining, but I think Singapore should not really allow Hong Kong to spend so long out there. They'll be just trying to pick up those wickets in the next couple of overs.
Well, Abrar, for your surprise, it's a spinner. It's Ahan brought back into the attack, who took a couple of very sharp catches in the slips. Probably that's the reason. And I think it's also because how quickly he rattles through his overs. It's in the air. There's two fielders converging underneath. Oh dear, they've lost. They lost it in the sky, and both the fielders just let the catch go down.
Definitely, Ahan will not be very happy with that one. He's created that chance, and that false shot was exactly what has happened due to his good bowling. But eventually, the calling, I think, was not really up there. The communication was missing, and both of them kept just watching at each other. Well, the ball just fell short. But nevertheless, we'll have to continue and see if Ahan can really pick up a wicket in some other fashion. And he does exactly that. That was chipped away in the air. Fielder at short mid wicket was rightly placed, and looks like that has worked for Singapore.
Well, surprise once again. We've seen a drop catch, and then the very next delivery, the batter plays a loose shot, and the ball just spoon in the air. And a simple catch for the captain. Well, if Singapore would have held to the first catch, then they would have gotten Hong Kong China bowled out. Nevertheless, number 11 walks into bat. Mohammad Abuzar Ali walking into bat. Took a fifer in the last game as well.
Yes, Ahan will have a few more deliveries remaining now. But what a dramatic slide this has been. Hong Kong, China at this moment is 167 with a loss of 9. They started off with a promising start. A platform was laid down by the batters of Hong Kong, but now it has turned out to be a collapse for them. Wickets have tumbled in clusters, and Singapore bowlers have been relentless with their discipline. They have backed up their discipline with some good efforts in the field as well. We've seen a few drop catches, but nevertheless, they were able to carry on their mindset of picking up that wicket. And so far, there's just that one wicket remaining. Mohammad Abuzar is welcomed by a very good delivery here, but we still have one more delivery remaining. Let's see if Ahan is able to pick up that wicket and close out this innings.
That was flighted, trying to tempt the batter to play that shot. And of a very good over, successful one, 167 for 9.
I think Abhimanyu Ganesan will not just hold out here. If there is an opportunity to score, I think he'll open his arms and go after it. And with that, Yuvan Pandey is the most experienced of the bowlers of Singapore today. So he's the right man for the job. And I think he will be aware that if anything is in the slot, he'll go after it. One only wicket remaining for Hong Kong, and they'll be desperate to squeeze out every single run. Starts off with a good looking shot, played straight to the fielder. No runs there. Let's see, even 15 or 20 odd runs from here on can really make a difference because we're playing in the semi final, let me remind you. So far, Singapore has firmly held the advantage after the fall of those wicket in clusters. And with that, slower delivery, and that one turns. So well negotiated by Abhimanyu Ganesan.
When it comes to the Singaporean bowlers, I think they need to clean up the tail. They would not like to give away any extra runs. So I think the spinners need to bowl at the right line and length. And definitely, the batters will have a swing at everything from here on. So that's a full toss, miss hit, just away from the fielder. And that's poor running as well, just a single taken.
Yes, I think for a moment Abhimanyu Ganesan felt that he has cleared the field, but he really should have accelerated a bit more and maybe gone for a couple of runs because he's looked the better batter. And with Mohammad Abuzar on strike, I think Yuvan Pandey will not be too upset. That really gives an opportunity to just clear him up. With one more delivery remaining, let's see how much further can Hong Kong prolong their innings.
Yes, I think the idea here should be to get the pace away from the ball and just bring the batter onto the front foot. And he's gone. That's cleaned him up. That's his fourth. Yuvan Pandey finishes off the tail.
Yes, once again, picking up the wicket just when he is required. That is why he is the best among the bowlers that Singapore has to offer. And with that, that will be the end of the innings for Hong Kong, China. They've been bundled out for 169 runs of 41.5 overs. What really started with a lot of promise has led to a quite disarray in terms of the batting approach. The captain, Kishore Kumar, has done a good job with the bat in hand. He scored 42 of 62, but definitely the pick of the batters today was Rian Sharma, 46 of just 34 deliveries. But since the wicket of the captain, it's really been a landslide when it comes to the batting approach of Hong Kong, China. On the other hand, yet another beautiful outing with the ball in hand for the off spinner Yuvan Pandey. Picked up 4 by just giving away 36 runs. He's well supported by the leg spinner, 3 for 32 for Akash Teja, and a wicket apiece for Vedansh and Ahan. Stay tuned, we'll be back with live action and the chase. Right now, 168 for 10 for Hong Kong, China. So join us shortly after this break. Thank you. and welcome back to UKM Oval for the run chase in this thrilling semi-final of the ACC Men's Under 16 East Zone Cup. Earlier today, Hong Kong China won the toss and elected to bat first. They have been bowled out for 162 in just 41.4. The innings was anchored by two standout performers, Sharma, who played a sparkling knock of 46 from 34, and Captain Preet Kishore Kumar, who stood calm and composed with a total of 42 in 62. At one stage, it looked like they were cruising towards a total of 200 or more, but then came the spin strangle and the turnaround by the Singapore bowlers. Yuvan Pandey led the way with a fiery spell of 4 for 36 and backed up superbly by the leg spinner Akash Teja. So now the equation is clear: 169 to win and a place in the grand final at stake. It all comes down to the start, and with that, I bring you in, Sid, to take us through to the next phase of this innings. Yuvan Pandey has been brilliant with the ball in hand so far in the tournament. The tall spinner has picked up 4 for 36 today, and Akash Teja, the leg spinner, picked up 3 for 32. From the 25 over onwards, it looked like it was all Singapore restricting and dismantling the innings with control and class. So from there, we have Abhimanyu to start things off. He'll be having his work cut off here. He needs to pick up wickets at regular intervals if he wants his teammates to be in the game. And so far, batting has not been quite easy if they're playing rash shots. We know that it is important to build partnerships, and it was well on display from Sharma and Preet Kishore Kumar. Riyansh's 46 was with a lot of flurry, and Preet Kishore Kumar was watchful, but eventually managed to put on a very good total. You can see a hint of movement early on from Abhimanyu Ganeshan here. He is the bowler with a hat trick in this tournament already. He's picked up quite a few wickets so far, so he knows how to go about it, and he knows that wickets are the way to go forward. So far, we've seen Hong Kong China starting off with a very aggressive sort of a field set, and it's that man Ahan who's been one of the top scorers in this tournament to really take on huge appeal there. Umpire, no hesitation, decides to signal it a wide, but the keeper and the bowler was quite optimistic. It was a good take by the wicketkeeper, nevertheless, and it's that man taking charge, the wicketkeeper, who's done quite a good job behind for Hong Kong. On the other hand, Abhimanyu Ganeshan is really the man who's trusted with the new ball, and so far he's done a good job, just giving away that single. And Ahan, who's on strike. Ahan has once again looked very clinical with the bat in hand. He is the tournament's third highest scorer. He's managed to score 225 runs before this, and we know that in the other semi-finals, the likes of Ronak Srivastava and Prashidha Jaiswal will have a go. Malaysia have batted first. We are yet to watch out for Nepal with the innings in the bat. But at this point, Ahan will be eyeing to take their team to victory with the bat in hand. He wants to score big and perhaps just give his side a chance in this chase. Ahan so far has batted on a few occasions. He's batted on 4, and so far he's remained not out in one of the innings. And we've seen that Abhimanyu Ganeshan is bringing the ball into the right-hander. He bowls in that channel quite often, and he's done damage in the previous outings with the ball in hand. Abhimanyu has picked up 9 wickets in this tournament and 7th in the ranks. This time slightly deviating on the left side. That will be easy runs. So the first over completed. It's 2 without loss for Singapore. and a familiar sort of an attack. We've seen that Hong Kong likes to go in with the left arm seamer and the right arm seamer from either end. And on strike, we have the two opening batters for Singapore, Ahan and Rohan. Rohan Austin, the wicketkeeper, has taken a stunning catch today, and it is Hari Shankar who will take the new ball from the other end for Hong Kong, China. And with that, I am glad to bring back Sid with me here at the com box. So, how do you think the chase should go on from here if Singapore is to come out victorious?
Well, thank you so much, Abrar, and welcome back everyone who are watching us live. Yes, I think it will be very interesting to watch how Singapore will approach this chase. Only 169 to win this contest and book their place into the big final, but they need to be careful as well, especially about those early wickets. That's cut away into the gap. It's a lightning fast outfield, and it gets there. First boundary here for Ahan, short and wide, and beautifully cut away, dissecting both the fielders through point and cover region.
Yes, and these are the shots that can actually hurt the fielding side. Sometimes when it's smashed through the gap and there is no chance, it's better for the fielding side because once they're out there chasing, they can eventually tire themselves out as well. And that particular shot was definitely teasing three fielders in the boundary line. A very good shot attempting to clear the gap. And Ahan is already off and running. He's off the mark with that beautiful looking boundary.
Well, Abrar, it will be early wickets, which is the need of the hour for Hong Kong China. They need to pick up early wickets. That's the only way to get back into the game. Because if they allow the Singaporean batters to settle down, it's going to be game over way before they're expecting it to be. Get well bowled, just back of length, pushing the batter right onto the back foot.
Yes, definitely. So the idea for Hong Kong China to defend this total will be to start with their fast bowlers. That is, in the first 10 overs, it will be very crucial. This will actually be everything. They need to make the new ball count with the movement, with the aggression, and with the pressure. If they can just come out here and pick up 3 to 4 wickets, especially with the new ball, then they can bring themselves into this innings.
It's absolutely a tidy over. Comes to an end. After 2 overs, it's 6 without loss. Well, only 163 runs needed. Singapore will be no rush whatsoever. They know what's at stake. If they win this game, they will go on to play the finals. So I think it's very important for them to be careful and watchful at the same time because it's a very formidable bowling attack, especially that man on your screen, Abhimanyu, who will be steaming in right now.
Oh, he's bowled a no ball. Can you believe it? They don't really have the luxury of leaking runs, and every bowler has to be clear with their plan. And overstepping is definitely not the way to go. He has given away an opportunity for the new batter to really free his arm. We'll have to wait and see if he's able to capitalize. Abhimanyu has to bowl a good delivery here because if the batters free their arms, they will find themselves in a spot of bother. And short pitch delivery absolutely smashed it on the leg side. And we'll have to wait for signal if that has traveled all the way. Yes, it has comfortably over the fence. So off and running Singapore here.
Well, a poor delivery, especially when it's a free hit. You bowl a length ball, short of length. The batter had all the time in the world to rock back and pull that away for a six. That will definitely ease the nerves for the opening batters. Well, Singapore off to a good start here. They just need to continue doing the same. Well, I think Singapore did a wonderful job with the ball as well, only giving away 9 extras in the first innings. So it also shows the discipline as a bowling unit.
Yes, definitely. And we've seen the wicketkeeper Rohan, who's taken a very good catch behind the wicket. And is that really the reason why he's coming out to bat with so much confidence? He's looking to really set the tone early, and he's already been able to do that with that lovely six. It was clean, confident, and right out of the screws, if they say. And looks like he's ready to play with soft hands on that occasion. But these are the kind of shots that really tell you that he's in a very good flow and he's with a very clear mindset.
Yes, absolutely. Singapore definitely dropped a couple of catches during the fielding, but then they took those important catches right at the right time. And of those who are looking dangerous, especially those important wickets, we have seen a couple of slip catches which went very quickly, and it was Ahan, the opening batter right now, who took those sharp catches in the slips, one to get the captain, Preet. So I think it's very important that you do the right thing at the right time, and that's exactly what Singapore did in the first innings.
Yes, and throughout the tournament, we have seen that it has been Ahan leading the charge with the bat in hand for Singapore. But today, it looks like it's Rohan who's come out firing for them. Once again, a very good looking flick shot, and that will be another boundary, it seems. And yes, it is. In spite of that beautiful effort, he's unable to just keep that inside the circle. So once again, it is Rohan who's looking electric with the bat in hand.
There's a wonderful attempt there from Seth Pereira. But what would you say about that for timing? He looked absolutely effortless, just timing the ball to perfection. He didn't try to hit it too hard, just using the pace of the ball and playing it into the gap. These are easy runs, and he's looking batting look extremely easy out there.
Yes, just the start that Singapore were looking for. We have seen that Abhimanyu is trying to swing the ball in, and Rohan Austin is quite ready for that. He has very good wrist, and that flick is all class from him so far. 3 overs have been completed, 17 without loss, and at this point, we have seen that Rohan has quickly moved on to 10 of 7, and Singapore is off to a flyer. Both these batters are looking quite confident with their footwork, and we've seen some occasional clean striking as well. So looks like they're going at it exactly the way they would have discussed in the dugout.
Yes, absolutely. I think the mindset is very positive, and that's the exact way to go for it. If they just think defensively and wait for things to happen, it's not going to help. Both the teams need to play their A game right now. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's edged away. There will be a single.
Yes, and at this moment, it's definitely quite interesting in terms of tactics from Singapore and clearly a statement of intent. They've gone after Abhimanyu today. Abhimanyu has already given away 12 runs, but it's just the way those runs have come because Abhimanyu has been the leader of the bowling attack for Hong Kong throughout the tournament. But today, both Rohan and Ahan have looked like they're not willing to give him the respect that he deserves. And this kind of approach really can break the momentum of a bowling team.
Again, worked away on the onside. Beautiful batting here. I think this is the best approach that they can have. Yes, they're going for the big shots, but at the same time, they're also ensuring that the strike is rotated as well. Both are taking the singles, and that's exactly where Hong Kong China missed out in that first innings. We have seen some very slow batting from Shrey and then Rishi Bhutani, who were piling up dot deliveries, and that could be the differentiator in this game.
Yes, the batters are not really allowing the bowlers to settle in. Harishankar has bowled a couple of good delivery. Once again, this time he's picked up an edge, but the ball is traveling towards third man. So far, attacking the opposition's best bowler has been the early tactic from Singapore. This is a bold approach, but often this is a game defining moment.
Absolutely. And for the viewers who have just joined us, we have another semi-final going on at the STC ground in which host Malaysia were facing Nepal. Malaysia went into bat first. They were bowled out for 90 runs, and in response, Nepal are 18 for 1. So a good cracker there as well. And that will be a wide. But definitely Nepal is looking likely to make it to the finals because they only require 73 runs and they have 9 wickets in hand. Well, the scenes are similar on this ground as well, as Singapore made a wonderful start, and if they carry on like this, they will be making it to the final as well. It's getting slightly gloomy in here. A lot of clouds forming around the ground, as the weather forecast says we might be expecting some shower in the evening.
Looks like the ball is not getting the carry that Harishankar would have wanted. So far, we've seen Abhimanyu Ganesan bowling with a lot of pace, but on the other hand, Harishankar is just sticking to his consistent line and length here, and he's just happy to be bowling within himself. Perhaps he's just trying to mix it a little bit, maybe attack the stumps and eventually pick up a wicket. We'll have to wait and see how he sticks to his line and length.
That's well bowled. Good line and length once again. Well, coming back to the point, Abrar, if you are the captain and you are on the back foot and it's getting gloomy out there, will you try to slow it a bit so that once rains come in and the Duckworth Lewis comes in, the equation of the game can really change on its head?
Yes, with the TL method, sometimes around the corner, especially with overcast conditions, it's important to just restrict the flow of runs. And we know that wickets can also be a defining moment when it comes to those calculations. But so far, the only issue with the bowling of Hong Kong has been they haven't looked to pick up any wickets. The batters have looked very confident from their approach in terms of handling the pace. Maybe I can just bring in a spinner to change things up slightly because that's been the story when it comes to Singapore bowling. The two spinners from Singapore bowled absolutely in a mannered fashion, which really restricted the flow of runs. So let's see if they're trying to do that. But so far, the approach from Singapore has been to take the very best. It sends a message that we're not going to sit back even against your best. They can put out the entire bowling unit on the back foot, especially in a semi final when nerves are already running very high. Abhimanyu really needs to think how to pick up a wicket here and bring his side back in this contest.
Yes, absolutely. I think it will be very important for them to pick up early wickets. And I think the only problem with Hong Kong China has been they have been experimenting a lot, especially with the new ball bowlers. We have seen uh, Abhimanyu not taking the new ball in the last couple of games. Probably they allowed the spinners to come in. They're checking all their bowlers. So what that does, it doesn't give him enough match practice before coming into a big game like this.
Yes, and another thing definitely is the fact that Abhimanyu is their known fast bowler with the new ball, and you mentioned that he did not receive the new ball in the other matches. But today, he's looked to attack the stump and he's bowling a good line, but there's no slip in play. So there's no reward for some disciplined bowling. So I know that it's still quite early, but and the partners here, Rohan and Ahan, are quite settling in nicely. But you can see on that last occasion also there was a thickish outside edge, and that shows that Abhimanyu is really keeping the batters at their feet as well. Maybe he should be rewarded with a slip.
Yes, absolutely. And straight away the slip comes in. Probably they've heard you, Abrar. So I think it's a good ploy. The slip must be there in place. Oh, he goes for the long heave. And that's a huge six. That will ease some nerves. And he has taken the attack to Abhimanyu. And he's cleared the ropes with ease.
What a shot, really out of nowhere. He has hit another maximum off through mid wicket area, and no chance really for Abhimanyu to settle in here. A good looking shot this time from Ahan. Ahan is 12 of 15 and Rohan 13 of 14. So turning out to be a very good partnership between these two batters who have done well throughout the tournament. And this is a very crucial stage. Already we have seen both these batters have hit 1-6 each, and they've also hit a boundary each. So that really shows how good they're batting. And on that occasion, cut away beautifully once again. This time, Ahan is on the charge, and if it's short and wide, he will capitalize. Another expensive over, this time from Abhimanyu Ganesan. His 3 overs have already gone for 24. So the batters of Singapore have settled in quite nicely. We know that they are a very strong lineup. If the wickets don't come in the way of Hong Kong, it will be very difficult to stop the progression of this innings.
Well, that last shot was absolutely creamed towards that boundary. Again, Ahan not having the best of footwork, but he is relying on his hand-eye coordination, and so far it has worked for him. He has already scored a century in this tournament, 148 probably. But yes, he's someone who can take the attack to the bowlers, and once he gets going, he can be very, very dangerous. That's a good looking delivery. Just opening the bowler, beg your pardon, opening the batter.
Sid, this is the kind of batting approach that is in clear contrast between what we saw from Hong Kong, China. When it came to Hong Kong, we saw that one batter was really going after the shots. For example, at the initial stage, it was Sharma, and the other occasions we've seen Preet Kishore Kumar just take on the bowling attack, while the other batters like Rishi Bhutani and Shrey really were not helping with the score. But on the other hand, here, in sharp contrast, we're seeing that both Ahan and Rohan are playing quite beautifully. Both of them are watchful at times, but on occasions when there has been a scoring chance, they have really gone after the bowling. And together they've stitched up a very good partnership up until this point.
Yes, absolutely, and they're scoring at a very good rate as well. Even though the pressure is there, it's a big semi-final, but at the same time, you need to be expressive with your bat, especially the openers and the top order batters. Look at that, beautifully timed once again, but straight to the fielder. So that's the difference between both the sides. We have seen Rayan Sharma and Preet were the only two batters who showed some resilience and some positive intent out there, and the rest of the batters were just batting in their shell, just playing the dot deliveries and putting the pressure on themselves and their partners as well.
Yes, this partnership is absolutely a picture of calm and control. They've taken the right balls to attack and they've expertly rotated the strike whenever it was required. So far, the pressure is fully with the Hong Kong China bowlers, and so far they're yet to pick up a wicket. Once again, this time guided towards third man. And the misfield that will not help the cause. That will be another boundary. But Rohan Austin will not deny that. He'll be very happy that he's been awarded that misfield.
Well, that will just add salt on the wound. Simple regulation fielding, and it went for a boundary. Well, it's not helping the bowlers. So far, the bowler has done a good job actually. Harishankar Venkatesh, he got the edge on many occasions now, but then the fielding has let him down.
Yes, and definitely, regardless of it, what a start this has been for Singapore. The scoreboard is ticking at a very rapid pace. The run rate is well and truly above 6.5, and Singapore are really putting Hong Kong China under serious pressure. And perhaps that is why we have seen a couple of misfields on the field. And this opening pair is really moment. This partnership is really building a lot of momentum.
And look at that. Again, a very solid defense. So they are playing every delivery according to its merit. Every time it's pitched up to them, they're going for their shots. But at the same time, when the bowler is bowling a good delivery, they are showing respect as well. So it's a good combination. You need to do both. You need to be defensive as well on the right time. And so far, the openers have done that.
and once again flicked it away nicely off the pads, and yet another boundary. So Harishankar, who's looking good in this over, has also been taken apart. And just have a look at that. He cannot bowl there to either of these batters, and that is another chance of scoring. They have taken it with both their arms.
Look at how easily he played that shot, not trying to hit the ball too hard, just timing the ball to perfection and hitting the gaps. I think that has been the highlight of this innings and this partnership. They have not tried to go too hard at the bowlers, but at the same time, they're hitting those gaps. We have seen in the first innings where the Hong Kong China batters were middling the ball, but they were playing it straight to the fielders, which resulted in a lot of dot deliveries. And then we have seen those rash shots that cost them their wickets. And with that, we'll have a change in bowling and spin being introduced. Captain brings himself on. Will be Preet Kishore Kumar. Will be bowling to Ahan.
Yes, and I think that is interesting from here for Hong Kong. They definitely needed a change, and when the captain bowls, it's a tactical decision. Starts off with a cricket delivery down the leg side, and that's been given as a wide. But the idea from the captain will definitely be to break the partnership, or at least just try to maintain some kind of pressure in terms of the scoring rate. And let's see if the captain's experience and the skill can achieve that.
Well, definitely they will like to take some wickets here, Hong Kong China. But at the same time, it can be dangerous as well because the field restrictions are still there. And an off spinner coming into bowl when two right handers are out there, it can be dangerous.
Yes, and they're already at the score of 44, and so they can afford to just spend that little bit of time to see how the spinner is behaving. Because we know in this pitch, it is the spinner who, if starts getting a grip of the ball, can be a bit difficult. And so far, this is turning out to be a very good partnership. Just five short of a half century stand between these two. And both these batters are looking very comfortable and confident out there. Singapore is keeping the scoreboard ticking at a very healthy rate. And quickly, we have seen that Preet is going about his overs.
Yes, and I think if they're going for spin, I would like to see someone like Seth Pereira or Ryan Sharma himself, the two leggies, who can be very handy. They've taken a lot of wickets in this tournament, and that's exactly what Hong Kong China will be looking at right now.
Yes, but with the kind of bowling that Preet Vishwakumar is bowling, I think that Slock is somewhere around the corner. They've been watchful at the very first over of him. 7 overs completed, it's 45 without loss. I think Preet is not really turning the ball enough. He's mixing his pace up. Maybe that's something they can watch out when he comes to bowl later in this innings.
Well, I think at the UKM Oval, as a spinner, when you are bowling, you need to bowl it a bit slower in the air, exactly like how uh, Yovan Pandey was bowling. That should be the pace. So you allow the ball to drift so that it can get some extra spin. So once you stop spinning, it becomes very predictable for the batters to pick you up.
And with that, we can conclude that Abhimanyu is the bowler that has been replaced because so far Harishankar Venkatesh is still continuing. His previous 2 overs went for 9 runs. So the captain is happy to continue with his left arm seamer. Maybe we were expecting spin from both ends, but not the decision we were looking for. Nevertheless, he starts off well against someone like Ahan. He's 17 of 20 deliveries, and both these batters have contributed to the score almost equally.
Yeah, much better delivery there. I think Harishankar Venkatesh is bowling a very good line and length. It's just been unfortunate because he took that edge a couple of times, which was very close to the slip fielder. But I think he needs to bowl at the same line and length, trying to create that opportunity for himself and for Hong Kong China because they desperately need a wicket at this stage of the game to put any pressure on the Singaporean side. In good delivery and beautifully driven as well, but straight to the fielder.
Looks like both these batters have really taken the sting out of the new ball and they have rotated the strike beautifully. And definitely, they have been given a few scoring opportunities which they have capitalized on. So, the two openers, Ahan and Rohan, are exactly doing what the situation demands, not trying to do anything too fancy. They have batted with a very good calculated approach. And so far, no panic, no rush, just clear intent and excellent control. But full credit to someone like Hari Shankar as well. He's bowling within himself, he's attacking the stump and trying to just contain these two batters out there.
Yes, absolutely. I think Hari Shankar has been very impressive, especially with his line and length. He's bowling to his field. He has a very packed offside field. There's a slip in place. Then there's point, cover, extra cover, mid off. Very tight field on the offside. And that's exactly where he's eyeing to bowl at. It's very important that you bowl according to your field. That's a short delivery in the air, and that will be the first wicket. Couple of fumbles, but Abhimanyu hangs on.
Yes, Ahan wasn't in full control of that, and that was a very good change-up delivery. Harish has bowled well. This was a change-up. Suddenly, that short pitch delivery came really out of nowhere, and we saw that Ahan wasn't in any control. He wanted to play that full shot nevertheless, but that has led to his demise. But what a moment in this game. This is turning out to be a very good partnership, and eventually, this is the way the first wicket has fallen.
There was a sharp bouncer. And look at that. Not probably the best of attempts. He made that catch look difficult, Abhimanyu. But the good thing is he hung in there. First wicket here for Hong Kong China. And I think it's well deserved by Hari Shankar as well. It's Pranath coming into bat. Pranath Maduri. He will face Hari Shankar Venkatesh. And Abrar, I think I would like to see another slip in place, especially with a new batter coming in to put some pressure early on. That's the exact thing they need to do right now is to put pressure on this batting unit.
Yes, definitely. They should bring in that slip in a more traditional first slip position, maybe, because that's where the left arm seamer's angle will be, with the ball moving away from the right hander. And also, I'll be very happy to see if they can bring in a few closing fielders, maybe someone at catching cover and someone at that short mid wicket position, and just help the bowlers just capitalize on this fall of wicket. Pranath Eshan, on the other hand, will just hope that he can partner Rohan Austin. And it will be very interesting to see how Rohan goes on from here because so far he's been playing some very good cricketing shots, and we'll have to see if there is any shift in the momentum after the fall of that first wicket.
Meanwhile, the captain, Preet, will continue in here. I think it's very important for Hong Kong China to pick wickets in here. Oh dear! Straight in and straight out. He created that opportunity and a drop catch here from the captain.
Definitely, these are the opportunities that the fielding sides look desperately for, and you can't really afford to let those ones slip by. This is why we often say that one wicket can really bring another, and almost that was the case in this one. Rohan Austin really needs to start concentrating because he is the key man out there right now. He's batted well, and he needs to put on a very big total if Singapore will have to make something out of this chase. The target is 169, and so far it's 46 with a loss of one. Captain is really trying to restrict the scoring rate of the two batters out there. Rohan Austin, 22 of 28, and Pranth Ehsan is yet to get off the mark. And Preet Kishore Kumar is bowling a bit quicker through the air. He's not really turning the ball too much, but so far that has been a good partnership from these two out there before this. Partnership was of 45 of 48 deliveries. They were helped by 7 extras, but both the batters looked very good when the partnership was going on. And this was a good over. Preet Kishore Kumar finishes. His 2 overs has given away just 3 runs, so he's tried and he's been successful at restricting the scoring rate. And right now, 9 overs completed. It's 46 with a loss of one. The run rate is still above 5, so Singapore will be happy with the way they have gone out to bat. On the other hand, they have their work cut off slightly here. Pranth Ehsan is the new batter. He's yet to get off the mark, and he's batting with Rohan Austin. Rohan Austin has looked good throughout. He has already hit 3 boundaries and that one maximum. So Rohan has also looked good, but his partner Ahan has just walked out to the pavilion, and looks like the left-arm seamer is continuing. He's attacking the stump with his first ball, and that's been the story for him. Harishankar Venkatesh has bowled 4 overs before this. He's bowled one maiden and given away just 18 runs while picking up that wicket. Bowled with an economy rate of 4.5. He's done his job for the captain, but they still need a few more scalps from him for Hong Kong China to be back in this chase. Because so far it has been quite an easy outing for the batters of Singapore. Once again, nicely bowled. He's not trying to do anything extra. Bowling at the stump, and he's tried to just restrict the flow of runs for Singapore here. So far, throughout his overs, Harishankar Venkatesh has bowled within himself. He's attacked the stump, but on that last occasion when he picked up a wicket, that was off a bouncer. So not really anyone would have anticipated such a well-directed bouncer from him. Doesn't really have too much of space, but the fielder was rightfully placed as if everyone in the team knew what was going to happen except the batters out there. So that was a good change-up from Harishankar Venkatesh. Right now, a lot depends on how Rohan Austin goes on from here, and we'll have to see if his partner Pranth Ehsan is able to just rotate the strike and bring him on. Not using his front foot to his advantage so far. He's looked to clear it and just playing those fuller delivery off the back foot. That can sometimes be slightly risky because we know that someone like Harishankar can also bring the ball into the right hander. And if he's caught in his crease, sometimes bold and LBW can really come into play. It was a good one, and so far he's done his job to perfection. This partnership is 2 of 11 right now, so scoring rate has been halted. They were going and getting their runs very quickly up until this point, and right now with the fall of the wicket, looks like Rohan as well as Pranth have just slowed things up a little bit, and they're just looking to have a go, see how the ball is behaving. So with that, only one ball remaining for the completion of this power play. Let's see if Harishankar is able to finish it nicely. And almost picked up another wicket. That was a thickish outside edge. Pranat Eshan was struggling out there and really wanted to go after it. And this time he finishes off with a dot. So with that, we're at the end of the power play, and the score is 48 for 1. So Singapore definitely finished strongly between the two teams. You'll be happy with that start. The openers gave them good momentum, especially someone like Rohan, who's still out there. He's played a few attacking strokes. The breakthrough did come at the very right time for Hong Kong, China to keep themselves in the context. But with 48 runs, they still have 9 wickets in their hand. So at this stage, we have to say that perhaps Singapore is in advance. Another good delivery to start things off. Looks like Seth Pereira is introduced. So the captain, Preet Kishore Kumar, did well with his 2 overs, going away just for 3 runs, and he realizes that the spinner is really having a good day out there, and he wants to replicate the kind of bowling that Yuvan Pandey did. Let's see if Seth Pereira is able to do anything with the ball in hand like the other spinners have done today. Seth Pereira with his leg spin is not really getting the bounce because he's not as tall as the bowlers of Singapore, but he's definitely getting some bite of the pitch. The ball is really turning away from the right hander. So far, Pranad Ehsan hasn't really looked too convincing with the bat in hand. He's yet to rotate the strikes comfortably. At the moment, he's 2 of 7, and he's partnering Rohan Austin, 23 of 33. With this kind of a bowling, perhaps he will rely a lot on the mistakes that the batters can eventually commit to. So he needs to just bowl within himself and maybe attack the stump. And just when I say that, his pitch gone down the leg side, and umpire will spread his arms to signal wide. And this time slightly wideish on the offside, and umpire signals a legal delivery. So with that, he has yet to really start attacking the stump. He was introduced into the attack to perhaps just pick up a wicket. He's just happy to contain the two batters. One more delivery remaining then in this 11th over. We have Rohan facing, and he's played with soft hands, and it will be a dot to finish. 11 overs completed. It's 50 with a loss of 1, and Rohan Austin is still out there. He scored 23. His partner Pranath has scored 2 of 7. And the captain continues from the other end. He's taken the slip off, and that's something that I'm never in favor of because with few batters out there when the bowling side is looking for wicket. Usually the slip should be in play, and we have seen a couple of edges towards third man. So definitely one thing the captain is missing out on, especially against someone like Pranad Ehsan. It's really an opportunity because he's playing very defensively out there, and it's quite interesting that he doesn't have that slip fielder in. So I'll be asking that question to my commentator partner, Sid. How do you think Preet should go on from here? Perhaps is not having the slip the right decision?
Definitely not, especially with how both the batters are now just playing a bit slow. So I think it would be a right thing to bring a slip in place and put some pressure, especially when there's a new batter who's struggling. He's batting on 2 of 10 deliveries. Look at that. Again, he's bowling at a very good line and length. I would like him to bowl it further up close to the bat and try to entice the batter to play the drive in the air because he's got two players in catching in the covers. So bowling short and wide, it's not going to help him. Because once again, short and wide.
Yes, but the flow of runs have really dried up, if I can say so. This partnership has only managed to score 5 runs off 24 deliveries between them. So it's really a shift in the momentum for Hong Kong here, and this is the moment that they must capitalize on.
Yes, absolutely, we have seen the approach from the opening batters. They're very positive, very fluid to score their runs, and now suddenly they went into the shell. That will be the end of the 12th over. It's 50 for 1. And for all the viewers who have just logged in or have been watching us, this is the ACC Under 16 East Zone Cup 2025 semi-finals between Hong Kong, China, and Singapore. We had another game today. It was Nepal going against the host Malaysia at the STC, where Nepal have beaten Malaysia by 9 wickets, and they're in the finals. So the results of this match will determine who they will be facing. And so far, it's more likely to be Singapore. It's still early, couple of wickets here and there, and cricket can be a funny game. Abrar?
Yes, definitely. Hong Kong, China will have to feel that they are well and truly into this game because this partnership is not really taking Singapore anywhere. And definitely a couple of wickets here, especially with the wicket of the set batter Rohan. I think Hong Kong, China will feel that they can be back in this game. At least they have to be confident about their approach. On the other hand, we are seeing that Pranad is currently just 3 of 14 deliveries. He's taking his time to settle in, and Ahan is still holding the other end. Rohan rather is holding the other end, and the runs have really dried up in this partnership. And Hong Kong China have done well to tighten the screws with some disciplined bowling and some smart field placements. So this is the right phase where the pressure can truly build up with the dot balls and the tight overs. Some mistimed shots can be executed by the batters, and which can truly in turn bring Hong Kong into this game. So they have to start telling themselves that they have to believe in their bowling ability, and perhaps that can bring them into this game at this stage.
Yes, absolutely. After this delivery, the last 5 overs only cost them 6 runs. That's how good the spinners have been. But at the same time, as batters, you need to look to score, especially when it's an open field. The fielding restrictions are over. There are a lot of boundary riders on the onside and down the ground as well. So you have the opportunity, but if the intention is not there to score runs, it's not going to be easy. They will only make the chase look more and more difficult with times. End of another wonderful over here from Seth Pereira. It's 52 for 1.
And we see that the captain is continuing. Captain Preet Kishore Kumar has been an absolute miser with the ball in hand. He's bowling with a lot of control, calm, and consistency. He's not just keeping it tight, he's building real pressure out there. And this one is played in the air. And that is the moment in the game. Rohan Austin has to walk back to the pavilion, and he has done him. The low scoring final like this, dot balls can always be producing goal like on that occasion. Just have a look at that one. Preet, who's given away just 3 runs in his 3 overs, just pitched that one slightly on the offside, and he wanted to have a cut at that. Played straight to the fielder, and this is the fall of the wicket that Hong Kong desperately needed.
Again, it was short and wide outside the off stump, but then that hint of turn coming back into the right hander undone the batter on that occasion. A simple catch. So, a welcome wicket here. Hong Kong China will need few of those. But the good thing for them, they've dislodged both the opening batters. And now with two new batters out there in the crease, they will be fancying their chances in here.
And this is why at the commentary panel we were discussing why defensive batting is not the best of approach. Exactly why defensive batting can be risky. The scoreboard stalls, the pressure builds, and eventually something gives in. Just like on that occasion, we've seen if a wicket falls, how the trouble really doubles for the batting side. So they haven't been able to score the runs, and now they have also lost another wicket. And in this modest totals, it's just about surviving. It's about keeping the scoreboard moving, and sometimes the bowling team can definitely capitalize on those weaknesses. Big moment in the game, and the captain, Rian Naik, has walked out to the middle.
Yes, it will be a good contest. So it's captain against captain. And he goes for the pull, and he goes high and handsome.
That is one way to go about it, isn't it? Short pitch delivery, captain versus captain, and Rian Naik has the upper hand this time. Pulled away to absolute glory. That came out of nowhere, if you ask me. He just read the pitch of the ball very early. He has all the time in the world for that shot.
It's a very good way to welcome the counterpart and smart batting there. I think that's a good intent. Not afraid to take the aerial route. You need to be very positive. So at the interview during the toss, I could sense that he's a confident man. Rian Naik, definitely one of the leading scorers for Singapore as well. End of the 14th over, it's 58 for 2.
Yes, Sid, we have to talk about that partnership after the fall of the first wicket between Pranat and Rohan. That partnership was just 7 of 32 deliveries. And in that partnership, after the fall of the wicket of Ahan, we saw Pranat playing 3 runs of 18 deliveries and Rohan 3 of 14. So in the previous innings, we also saw that the rebuilding usually didn't work for Hong Kong, China either. And looks like Singapore did not really take anything from that. And they were going after it in that kind of fashion. They were playing defensive cricket. And after the loss of the wicket, the captain has walked out to the middle. So do you think there will be a change in the way they are approaching this chase?
Well, that definitely needs to be a change in approach, especially now the captain is there. I think it's very important that he keeps chatting to his partner and keep him motivated so that he keeps the scoreboard ticking because rotation or strike is very important as well. There will be odd deliveries where you can go for the boundaries, but if you play too many dot deliveries, psychological pressure will be there. Look at that. it was a long hop, the short delivery, but just because he played so many dot balls in the last few overs, he was not willing to go for that shot. Whereas there is a vacant area on the onside, he could have easily pulled it for a boundary.
Yes, this is all about mindset then when it comes down to that, because we saw that Rian Naik with a similar sort of a delivery. After just coming out to bat, he was ready to smash that out of the ground. On the other hand, Rohan, who's faced so many deliveries, just decides to play softly at that one. So really, that is the slow patch that has been building up a lot of pressure on the other batters, and looks like Rohan is also allowing that pressure to get onto him.
Poor running there. That was a single on offer, but the captain opted not going for it. But yes, looking into it, it's all about the approach. We have seen two batting completely the opposite way on similar deliveries. So one went for a six and the other was a dot delivery. So it all matters in your intention, what you intend to do. So right now, the positive intent should be the right way to go, especially with 60 for 2. They only need 109 runs to win 8 wickets in hand. The stage is set. All they need to do is just to get the basics right and get home.
Yes, again, right now someone like Seth Pereira is bowling. He's a leg spinner, and we know that some of the leg spinners all over the world, in fact, has really usually take some time to settle in because we know that they are the ones who turn and flight the ball and go for the subtle variations. And sometimes when you go after such kind of spinners, they'll eventually miss out on their control of the ball. So that really opens up some chances for scoring. And so far, they have not really attacked Seth Pereira, even though he's not been very consistent. And that's been one thing I'm not really happy with how the innings has progressed. On the other hand, if you see someone like the captain, Preet Kishore, he's bowled absolutely brilliantly. His 4 overs going away for 9 runs and he's picked up a wicket. So it looks like they will not be able to target him from here on. And this is very important who they pick on and get some scoring.
There's some good crowd building up. A lot of fans here and some family members as well from both the sides. I think it's wonderful at the age of 15, 16. You have someone from your family representing the national team. Oh, that's crunched. Absolutely hammered through the offside. There was width on offer, and he was not afraid to take the aerial route once again. Another boundary here for the captain.
Yes, he's definitely not shying away when it comes to scoring those big shots. And just on that occasion, we saw that it was short and wide, like you mentioned, and he capitalized. He was absolutely delighted to just see that ball come to him, and he's not going to miss out on such kind of deliveries. That is definitely one thing Hong Kong will keep a keen eye on. And looks like Muhammad Abuzar is greeted with the first ball boundary here.
Yes, absolutely. And coming back to the point, I think it's a very proud moment for any cricketer to represent their country, especially at such a young age and playing cricket where the world is watching you. So it's always a good moment for the cricketers out here. Irrespective of the results, I think both the sides have played some wonderful cricket throughout this tournament, but only the best team will win today's game. Oh, there's a yes and no, a good throw, and he should be gone. And he is gone. What a bizarre way to get a wicket.
A big moment in the game, a very big moment. That run out really came out of nowhere. He played straight to the hand of the fielder and he was up and running. As you can see, that clearly the judgment between the two batters was not up to the mark and he'll be very disappointed. I believe it's the opener who has to take the long walk back. But Hong Kong, on the other hand, will really find that they have the opening that they were looking for.
Well, there was an easy single there, but Rohan was just ball watching and caught napping, and he was always going to be short of making his ground, and it cost him his wicket. Yes, this could be the opening they were looking for. But the captain, Rian Nayak, is still out there, and he would need someone to stand with him and just play the natural game and take their team home. Whereas Hong Kong China will need a bit more luck and try to see if they can get another wicket or two in here that can really put the opposition on the back foot.
Yes, with the ball in hand, I don't think Hong Kong China have done too many wrongs there. I think they've been quite good in the field. On occasions, they have just missed out on a few balls here and there, but otherwise they were right up there when it comes to fielding effort. But that's really a very crucial mix-up in the middle. The hesitation was there, and eventually he was nowhere near in terms of completing the run. We even did not see him diving for that one. Sometimes we see that the batters really go in full, but I think he knew that he will feel short of the crease, so he did not take the effort to do that.
Oh, that's well fielded. Again, a mix up. This time he gets there. Probably that was the differentiator between both the batters. Previously, we have seen Rohan not even attempting that dive, but this time, Swarit Thakur put in a desperate attempt to get back to the crease. That shows the mindset of the players. So you need to be positive and you need to have the hunger to stay out there.
Yes, absolutely. That is the word that defines this moment. The hunger, even at this age level, the under 16s, we've seen some of the players really flourishing, and especially with that mindset that they have to do something for their team. They have to come out victorious, and they definitely have to stay out there longer. So, definitely, that's something we have to appreciate from Swarit Thakur here. He put in that dive and he survives. But so far, we're seeing that Hong Kong, China are crawling into this game, and at the moment it's 65 with the loss of three after the completion of 16 overs. But once again, it's very difficult to say that which side the scale is tipping at this stage of the innings.
Well, Seth Pereira will continue in here. So far, the spinners done a wonderful job again, short and wide, and very positive batting once again, and very good footwork as well from the captain, looking very fluid, even though it's a short innings, only faced 10 deliveries, but that's all you need to know how confident a batter is.
Yes, and I think another point that is very important here, especially in a chase, is who the batters start targeting, because they need to figure out someone who can just allow them those extra bit of runs. And so far, I think Preet Kishore Kumar was brilliant with the ball in hand. The captain given away just the 9 runs in his 4 overs. But on the other hand, it's just the way that Seth Pereira is bowling. I think he's been economical so far, but it's just the way he's bowling. I feel the batters can really go after him and pick up a few boundaries, really come back into the game.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's more of a cat and mouse game where they're trying to make things happen, to put a lot of things in the batter's mind, and bowling with different kind of spinners and different paces because they would need wickets. But then Seth Pereira has been dropping the ball a bit too short for my liking. As a wrist spinner, he should be trying to get closer to the batter and make them play. I think that will be a better ploy at this moment.
Yes, definitely. That is exactly what I was referring to. That on occasions I've seen him bowl those slightly short of his deliveries. And the thing that is going for his favor is that he's been lucky that the batters have played them onto the fielders on most occasions. So the batters have not really gotten the gaps in the field. That is why his economy reads otherwise. But he's almost completing his fourth over. He's given away 8 runs. So the captain will feel that he's actually done his job quite well.
Yes, absolutely. Sometimes numbers and stats can be deceiving. But yes, as a captain, you need to be proactive and understand the situation. For me, match awareness is very important. End of the 17th over, it's 66 for 3.
And we see spin continuing from the other end as well. This time it's cut away nicely away from the fielder at backward of point, and that will race away to the boundary. So just the start that Singapore needed at this stage, and they have achieved it.
Well, again, short and wide. And with that angle, once it took the outside edge, it was always going for the fence. Well, Abuzar is trying a lot of things coming around the wicket. We have seen him being so successful over the wicket, but probably he realizes that today he needs to do something different, and it's not going to be easy, especially against Rian. Look at that, good use of his speed, going to the pitch of the delivery, classic drive for a single.
Yes, Rian Naik definitely is standing tall out here today, and this might be the innings that is the differentiator between a victory for them and them not making it up until this chase. Let's see how Muhammad Abuza bowls to someone like Swarit Thakur. That's a good one. That's a very good delivery, and he has hands around his waist, and why not? For a moment, even I thought that might have flipped the outside edge. This will be a very crucial partnership between Rian Naik and Swarit Thakur. Swarit is yet to get off the mark, and once again, we were talking about how pressure can build onto you if you don't keep rotating your strike, and he's unable to do it until now. But a powerful stroke this time towards the cover, and this time he picks up the boundary. Much needed for Swarit Thakur as well as Singapore, and he'll be happy that he's done it finally.
Well, that was a poor delivery from Abuzar Ali. He went for the flight and ended up a juicy full toss, and he just helped it way to the fence. And a welcome boundary here, and that will definitely ease some nerves for Swarit Thakur. So far, he has been very defensive, but then the moment he spotted that full toss, his eyes lit up, and a good looking shot to get off the mark. Abuza will continue here. Oh, much better delivery. That was ball flatter. Just beating the batter with pace.
Mohammad Abuza has been slightly expensive today in the context of this game. He's going at about over 6 and over. Once again, no turn on offer. Batter just moving on to his back foot, but in no position to play the cut shot. 18 overs completed. It's 75 with the loss of 3. So spin from both ends. Once again, we're seeing Seth Pereira back into the attack. And Rian is looking confident and well set, playing with positive intent and good footwork. Once again, the ball just turning away from the right hander with that one. He's picked up the gaps very smartly and he hasn't let the bowlers dictate terms. On the other hand, Suarez has already played 12 deliveries for his 4 runs. He's playing the supporting role, it seems like. He's taking his time to get in and he's looking to just play risk free cricket. Just when I say that, he smashed one down the ground. There's a fielder there just over his reach. So he'll be very happy to be still out there because for a moment I thought Seth Pereira is almost going to pick up another wicket here for Hong Kong, China.
Well, again, that short delivery, nothing short, and that was an opportunity. He just mistimed his jump, And in a pressure game like this, you need to take those catches. It was Shrey Nilesh Kumar, the fielder on that occasion. Shrey Nilesh Kumar, who was also guilty of playing the very slow innings in the first innings from Hong Kong, China. Now he drops a catch. So he's having a nightmare of a day.
Yes, but once again, coming back to that delivery where we saw Swari Thakur not really getting the connection he wanted, I'm very surprised. It was once again a very short pitch delivery, and the batter really could have played that anywhere in the ground, and he decides to play that one straight and almost losing his wicket in the process. So, in my conclusion, I think Seth Pereira has been the bowler who's been very lucky today.
Yes, absolutely. I think he has been concentrating on the wrong line and length. Again, short and wide, and it's just not smart batting that they have managed to get to the fielder each and every occasion. And with that, the umpires called for a drinks break after 19 overs. It's 77 for 3. Well, welcome back, viewers. We are here live after a short drinks break. After 19 overs, it's 77 for 3. And Abuzar Ali will continue in here. Good delivery. Probably keeping a bit low. And we all know the wickets at the UKM Oval can be unpredictable at times, especially when the spinners are bowling.
Yes, and Hong Kong really will hope that Mohammad Abuzar can really turn up and deliver something for them because from here you can see that for the first time today the run rate has fallen below 4, and that really indicates that the partnership haven't gotten the runs as frequently as they would have liked. And today, on the other hand, we've seen Mohammad Abuzar before this over has gone away for a few runs. But other than that, the spinners like Preet Kishore Kumar and Seth Pereira has been very economical. They're bowled with an economy of just around 2. That really shows how much of a grip the spinners are having here. The fast bowlers today were starting things off, but they were taken apart. Abhimanyu Ganesan, especially his 3 overs going for 25 So it's really up and about spin today for both these innings. And the crucial part of this chase will definitely be how the captain Rian Naik goes about his innings.
Well, Swarit Thakur, on the other hand, played very, very defensively so far, not trying to take any chances, and that took the edge. Good delivery there from Abu Zar Ali, and it's running away. That will be a couple of runs there. So Swarit Thakur has been very defensive, and I noticed his stance. So while batting, he watches his bat till the last moment, and once the bowler has already started his run up, then only he looks at the bowler. So it can also cause him a slower reaction time to every delivery, and that's what I've realized. End of the 20th over, 79 for 3.
Yes, and another time I have to bring in the fact that why is Hong Kong not playing with a slip? We know that the only way that they can win is definitely by picking up wickets. And so far, I don't think we've seen the slip fielder in play for very long. A couple of chances to get a hit at the stump, and so far it doesn't look like they've been able to hit in any of that. But yes, definitely, I'll be very interested to see bring in of a spinner, but that hasn't been the case yet.
Well, that was the captain, Preet, who went down, went for the catch, and in the process, he hurt himself. Well, it's under 16 cricket, and the last thing we would want to witness will be an injury from the player. We hope he's all right. Meanwhile, we'll be taking a short break and we'll come back with more live action. Thank you. Well, we are back live. So the captain, Preet, has been walked off from the field. I hope it's nothing serious as we get back live in action. So Seth Pereira will continue in here. And it's Swarit Thakur on strike. Oh, beautifully bowled. That's the delivery he should be looking at.
Yes, and I think Preet Kishore Kumar was very good with the ball in hand. So it's not just his captaincy that will be missed. Definitely his bowling will be something that they'll be missing from here. And just when we say that Seth Pereira really bowls a loosener, the ball just going down the leg side and umpire will signal a boundary. So this will go down on that extra column, but nevertheless, Singapore will be very happy in awarded that.
Well, welcome runs here. Every run here will be crucial, and Hong Kong China needs to ensure that they don't leak runs in here. A much fuller delivery this time, probably a bit too full, probably a couple of yards in front, and he can really cause some trouble for the batters. So Seth Pereira needs to find his line and length, and he needs to be consistent with it. Look at that, another short delivery. So consistency will be key, and it's at the time when you're at under 16, under 17, when you really need to learn the basics right and move on to the next stage.
Yes, definitely. And this is turning out to be a very crucial partnership. At this stage, they have scored 20 of 30 deliveries, and in that partnership, they have been awarded by a few extras as well. But so far, Swarit Thakur has been happy to spend that little bit of time out there. I'll be very excited to see if he can get a move on here, because if he does so, Singapore will find themselves very comfortable in this chase.
Well, to be honest, I won't mind with his slow paced innings if he gets there and he stood his ground till the end, because so far he has been piling up on dot deliveries. It's 21 overs, 85 for 3.
And with that, it is Mohammad Abuza back in the attack. Mohammad Abuza Ali, 3 overs before this, has given away 15 runs. And this time, that's nicely placed. No chance for the fielder, backward of point, and much needed move on here for Rian Naik, who's watching Swarit Thakur from the other end. And this time, the moment he gets the strike back, plays a very gorgeous looking shot.
Yes, a very good looking shot once again. Again, slightly short, but I think he just used the depth of his crease and played it very late. That was the highlight of that shot. An easy boundary for him. I think Swarit Thakur needs to learn from his captain and take his example and bat on right there. Oh, that's beautifully cut away. This time he plays it with full authority. Back to back boundaries here for the captain.
Yes, an absolute master of the cut shot. That is what Rian Naik has been throughout his innings. And just when the momentum was shifting, he's pulled things back beautifully here. Look at that absolute shine of authority here. Well done there from Rian Naik. And this is turning out to be a very expensive over for Hong Kong, China. And it's an interesting contrast in styles. Suarez is really digging in very deep at this point in his innings. He's 7 of 25. He's been very quiet so far, and Rian is really keeping the scoreboard from moving on, and he's very busy out there. So it will be very important for Singapore that Rian Naik continues the way he's doing out here today at the UKM Oval.
Well, right now, Preet needs to put on his think hat and think about whom to go next, because Abuzar Ali has not been at his best today. He's someone who likes to pick wickets, especially when he comes into ball, and so far the batters have negotiated with him very well. Look at that, played with soft hands, smart batting, but no runs there. So once your premier bowler is having a bad day, then you need to think, and especially with a very small total to defend, he has to be more proactive and bring in a different bowler from his end.
And that is well bowled and appeal there, but I think the bowler's reaction gave it away quite early to the umpire that must have missed everything. And one thing really so far that stood out is the way that Rian Naik has played his cut shots. He's picked up 2 boundaries from that region, and he's played one beautiful looking cover drive from where he picked up another boundary. Otherwise, he's also played some nice looking shots on towards that leg side, and he's rotated the strike by doing that. So this has been a kind of cricket that we really have to teach the youngsters all over the world as well. That when you're finding yourself in a pressure situation, you got to start looking for singles. And once you know that you have that stroke, which you play better than any other shot, if it's there, you shouldn't miss out and eventually continue scoring the runs that are needed for the team. At the moment, he's 27 of just 23 deliveries, and Singapore is 93 for 3. Once again, looks like the bowlers are not learning. They are bowling short, And this time it's to his partner, Swarit Thakur. But I don't think he really has to do too much. He just needs to take a single and bring back Rian on strike because someone like Seth Pereira will definitely give him a scoring opportunity. And look at that, he's played one down the ground, this time use of his muscles, and he smashed it for the maximum. Looks like Swarit Thakur is now trying to join the party.
Yes, absolutely. Out of the shackles. And there he goes over the field and he brings up his first maximum for today. It was right there in his slot and he went all guns out. Brilliant six here. That will definitely ease some nerves and give him some confidence, especially after the slow start. Probably he's just trying to show a statement that he's not only about defending the ball, but he can play his strokes as well. Well, a very good shot. And the score moves on to 99 now. Oh, better delivery, much better delivery on that occasion.
Yes, definitely. The icing on the cake will be the fact that if Swarit Thakur can continue from here on, we have already seen that Rian Naik is looking good out there. So this partnership can really set the tone for Singapore here. This partnership is already moved on to be 34 runs from 42 deliveries, thanks to the way Rian Naik has batted. He's contributed 16, and Swarit Thakur, of course, has contributed the 13 runs that he has scored. So two more deliveries remaining, and they'll be looking to. Oh no, what have you done? You can't really do that. Seth Pereira has given away another chance to Swarit Thakur with that no ball. That's something the spinners can really not afford to do. And we've seen Swarit Thakur already hit a six. Let's see if he can capitalize on this scoring opportunity. And Seth
Well,
Pereira will, of course, have his work cut off here. He'll be trying perhaps to bowl something different. Let's see. And yes, he slog sweeps this time, and no chance. The fielder at deep mid wicket for a moment thought he'll be able to stop it, but has helped its way along, and it will be another six for Swarit Thakur.
well, the slog sweep came into place. The fielder could have done better. He got there. He knew that it was a free hit, so the catch wouldn't have counted anyway. The only thing he could do was to keep the ball inside the boundary, which he couldn't manage. And another six here, couple of sixes that will help the cause for Singapore. And a very expensive over comes to an end. 106 for 3 after 23 overs. Well, Abrar, suddenly Swarit Thakur is shifting gears here, and it's a sigh of relief, I would say.
Yes, definitely. And we were discussing about picking up the right bowler. And I mentioned a couple of overs ago that the right bowler perhaps would just be Seth Pereira in the way that he's bowling. And just on that last over, we saw that if Seth Pereira is bowling in that kind of length and he's bowling those lines, it will be easy picking. And just when we speak, that is another scoring opportunity. And he has dispatched it towards the leg side. Another boundary, this time of the bat of Rian Naik. And now Singapore have really got to move on here.
It's almost like a gift to him, short and wide down the leg side, and all he needed to do was to get a connection between bat and ball, and four easy runs there. So the bowlers are making life easier for the batters. Look at that, short and wide. Oh, this time he's gone. What a catch. Oh dear. It's Rian Naik who gets out. And what a crucial wicket this can be.
And that is really one shot he was playing too well. And look at that. The moment he played it to the fielder starts celebrating. And why not? It's the most important wicket today. Rian Naik goes back after playing a very good hand with the bat in hand. But he'll be very disappointed now that he's gotten out. Looks like once again we have a twist in the tail.
Well, what a turn of events here. We have seen both the batters trying to unleash some wrath on the bowlers, and just at the same time, Hong Kong China managed to get a wicket, and that too of the captain who was looking so good out there. Scored 31 of 26 deliveries. Probably if Singapore makes it to the final, that innings from the captain will definitely be one of the most crucial innings in this game. But now, with a new batter in place, I think the Hong Kong China bowlers will be fancying another wicket here.
Yes, just when things were starting to look good for Singapore, they have lost their hero, and now they will desperately be in search of another. Someone really needs to step up because from here on, I think Hong Kong will definitely be very pumped up, and that was the biggest breakthrough of this innings that Hong Kong could have somehow generated. Rian Naik departed after scoring a well-made 31 of 26 deliveries. Mohammad Abuza was bowling quite expensive before that. Now it looks like he's started to bowl a few dot balls, especially to the new batter, Araf Agarwal. So right now it will be very important for Swarit Thakur to continue the way he was. And I don't think if they go into a shell, it will be good for them. They just need to find some way of getting some runs. And looks like there was an outside edge once again. This time the keeper letting it down. Muhammad Abuza definitely creating some chances here.
Well, again, that delivery kept a bit low, so I think that will also cause a bit of uh, confusion in the batter's mind. Look at that. It was again short and wide, but the ball just didn't have the carry to the wicket keeper. It seems like the pitch is getting slower and slower as the day progresses. So it's very important that the spinners learn from what they're watching right now and try to bowl a bit slower in the air to get more revelation and more spin on the ball, and probably that can undo the batters.
And it seems like the fielder who has taken the catch is brought into the attack, Veer Mathur. He was juvenile when it comes to celebration, and why not? He knew that it was very important for Rian Naik to be gone back to the pavilion, and he was definitely undone by that excellent catch that he had taken. So right now, it's a good decision to bring him back because he'll be at very high adrenaline, but it will be that man, Swarit Thakur, who definitely has to take the innings deep. With just 59 needed to win, I think the game is once again right in the balance.
Well, a very good delivery to start with. And look at the wicket keeper, Declan Church, standing up to the wickets of a pace bowler. So also shows his caliber and his glove work, that he has immense confidence doing it. And while we talk about the catch from Veer Mathur and the celebration, Abrar, to be honest, he actually fumbled, and on the second attempt he caught the ball. So I can imagine if he dropped it, what the reaction would have been.
Yes, definitely. If he dropped it, I think that could be the real chances for Hong Kong here because with that, the hopes would have been dropped as well. Rian Naik so far has been batting excellently, 31 of 25 today, and is only gone back to the pavilion because of that catch. So definitely, yes, you're right. If he dropped it, it would be very disappointing. But so far, I'm quite surprised to see how Hong Kong is going because they're still not attacking the batters, and we know that not too many batters are to come after this wicket. So that is why Hong Kong China will definitely find themselves in the game if it just is able to pick up one more wicket here.
Again, short of length, but no intent shown whatsoever. They are just batting very defensively. Again, Swati Thakur, after hitting a couple of sixes, going back to his shell once again. I think he needs to realize that they have already lost 4 wickets, and if they lose another one or two here, definitely the opposition will have their nose ahead in the game.
This is turning out to be a very good over from V Mathur. So far, he's not given away anything, and he finishes off with a maiden. Excellent change up from the captain of Hong Kong. 25 overs completed, it's 110, but looks like there was a misfield. Would you believe it? Should have really stopped that. There's nothing short really, and the fielder did not manage to stop that one, and eventually it spoiled the spell of Veer Mathur. He will be absolutely disappointed.
Well, Abrar, that there were two fielders who misfielded. First, it was the captain in covers, and then it was Sid Pereira in at mid off. Both just not being able to gather the ball and boundary conceded. Well, these are key moments, crucial runs when you have put the opposition on the back foot and then some misfield here and there and you're conceding boundaries. It's not going to help the cause.
I think my take here is definitely at this stage of the chase, Singapore need to keep attacking and they need to play with a lot of intent because too much of defense can definitely be dangerous, as we've already seen it today on multiple occasions when the batters allowed too many balls to just let the bowler settle in. They found themselves wanting. Rian showed the right approach today and he was looking to rotate strike. Now that the platform is laid with just above 50 runs needed, it's time for the new pair to just keep the momentum going and respect good balls, but very important for them not to get into that shell.
Yes, absolutely, and it's a very interesting phase of the game. Oh dear, what a slow delivery. He had all the time in the world to play a shot, but then, just like the rest of the batters, he opted to defend the ball. End of the 26th over, 114 for 4. Well, Veer Mathur, Will Mathur will continue in here. He'll be bowling against Araf Agarwal. I beg your pardon, it's Swarit Thakur, and he gets an inside edge towards fine leg for a single.
Araf Agarwal is yet to get off the mark. He's already faced 10 deliveries, and Swarit Thakur is 24 of 39, so he's gotten a move on here. He was struggling out there as well. So we know that things can be very difficult for the new batter, and 10 deliveries is really a lot of time to just get an idea of how the pitch is behaving. And if he keeps playing those dot deliveries, I think Hong Kong China will feel that they have another opening to perhaps pick up a wicket. And with that, the momentum will truly shift with Hong Kong.
Yes, absolutely, and I think the mindset is pretty clear that both the batters are just trying to spend their time. Oh dear, that will be a wide down the leg side and a boundary. What a crucial boundary here. Both the batters were struggling to score runs, and suddenly there's a wide given and 5 runs to add to the total.
Poor delivery, really, down the leg side. And with the keeper up, it's definitely very difficult for him to stop that. Bowler V. Mathur has done a good job on the previous outing, with his previous over, but this time it wasn't to be. He's much better attacking the stump, just like on that last occasion. But nevertheless, I think for that over, Arav Agarwal will feel that he's gotten the runs, and perhaps as the way he's batting, seems that he'll be happy defending.
Yes, absolutely. I think dot balls are not going to hurt them anyway if the bowlers are giving four extra runs. So far this over, they've got the runs, so no point of taking any risks. At the same time, I would still like to see the batters play with a positive approach because even if they make it to the finals, they will be facing Nepal, who are very dominant in terms of batting and bowling. So you need to be at your best, and you can only reach there when you have the right intent.
Yes, and one thing about Nepal throughout this tournament has been the fact that the running between the wickets has been absolutely exemplary. Every time they play the ball, the batters don't really have to communicate. They know if there is a run on offer or not, and they eventually get it quite easily. And so far, we've seen that the rotation of strike has not been to the very best from this Singapore batting. And once again, we're seeing Arav Agarwal piling in a lot of deliveries. One coincidence that I like to talk about is the opening partnership between Rohan and Ahan was of 45 or 48 deliveries, and the next best partnership was between Swarit Thakur and Rian Naik, also 45 or 48 deliveries. So, other than that, so far, none of the partnerships have really worked, and it was really those two innings from Rohan and Rian Naik that's really taken Singapore to a total of 120 for four. And from here on, they still need a few runs. They need 49 to be chased. And with 6 wickets in hand, it looks like it will be a comfortable chase. But let me tell you this, it will not be easy if a wicket falls because they don't really have too many batters to come after this. On the other hand, Hong Kong, China right now are really bowling with a lot of good rhythm and controlled line and length.
Oh, short and wide once again, but not being able to cut that, probably a bit too close to his body. Every dot delivery will pile up pressure in here. But at the same time, I think every time Hong Kong China caught the Singaporean batters on the back foot, they themselves have bowled a loosener which allowed the batters to capitalize and score some runs. And we have seen in the last over as well, there was a wide ball and five extra runs given. So those are the things that you need to work on.
Yes, it looks like they're not changing anything. The bowler is just staying away from the batter and trying to put on a few dot deliveries. But I don't think Swarit Thakur will be too bothered with that because he knows that if they can bat out the full 50 overs, they should be comfortably chasing this total down. So the value here is not on dot balls entirely. They have to find out a tactic to just pick up a wicket from somewhere.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, we are talking about Swarit Thakur playing a very slow innings, but it also shows his temperament as a batter. So he looks cool as a cucumber. So even though he's batting with a lot of dot deliveries, it's not really pushing him. And end of another over, 120 for 4. Well, Veer Mathur will continue in here. Singapore needs only 49 runs and they still have 6 wickets in hand to make it to the finals where Nepal is waiting for their opponents. Nepal were victorious today. They've beaten the host Malaysia comprehensively. Now the winner of this game will join them for the all important final.
Yes, from here, I'm quite confused to see that Arab is yet to get off the mark. He's already faced 17 deliveries. That's starting to raise my eyebrows. This is the kind of innings that can really start putting in a lot of pressure and not just on himself, definitely on Swarit Thakur as well, because he is having to stay off the mark for a very long time, and it's been quite a contrast because we were talking about how it is important for the new batter to just allow the pressure to go off, but that has not happened. Singapore still need a few runs, and they have the overs in hand, but the intent is definitely missing.
Yes, absolutely. In a 50 overs format or a one day international, it's the middle overs that's very crucial for any side. And so far, the middle overs have been dominated by the Hong Kong China bowlers. That's played in the air, over the infield, and a boundary. And finally, he gets off the mark on the 20th delivery. Araf Agarwal finally says, I've had enough of this.
Yes, just have a look at that shot. It was inside out over the top of the cover and a beautiful shot just to pierce that gap in the field as well. So if he's able to play such shots, why hasn't he done it from the very start?
Well, Abrar, I think it's the pressure of the big match as well. It's a semi final, and they all know what's at stake because they don't want to take any chances because every team here is eyeing for that trophy, and the only way to get to that trophy is to get into the finals at first. So they are just trying to ensure that they stay good out there and preserve those wickets. But at the same time, you need to rotate the strike. If not, it's always going to put pressure on you. It's 125 for 4 after 29 overs.
And we have the spin of Muhammad Abuza Ali to continue. He's bowled 7 overs before this. He's bowled 2 maidens, but he's also given away 27 runs. So it's been a mixed kind of an effort with the ball in hand today for Abuza, and the left-hander is on strike. And maybe if he gets enough scoring opportunity, he'll just pounce on that. We've seen him play that extravagant shot through the offside, just waiting to see if he can carry on from here. Trapped in the crease on that occasion, and a good delivery. So once again, in spite of that boundary, looks like Araf Agarwal is still struggling.
Yes, absolutely. That was again a short delivery on the pads. There is a huge vacant area on square of the wicket, but he couldn't manage to get a connection. Oh dear, another wide, another couple of runs in extras. These are crucial runs.
Yes, and I think Swarit Thakur was very keen on that single. The keeper did a good job to stop that one, but Swarit Thakur was ready to take that single. But even after coming on strike, he is unable to play that on the offside. So another dot ball. And Muhammad Abuza has done a good job in this over. He's created a chance from perhaps maybe just getting the other back. And with that dot, 30 overs completed. It's 127 runs on the board for Singapore, with a loss of 4 wickets, and they'll be just trying to get closer to that target now with 6 wickets in hand.
Well, a decent partnership, I would say. 17 runs been put by the two. Yes, it came at a very slow pace of 40 deliveries, but then these are important runs. And Abrar coming back to important runs. The bowlers have leaked 20 runs in extras. So defending only 169 runs, you're into your 31st over and you have already considered 21. That's a lot of extra runs. 19 of them being wide and two no balls as well.
Yes, definitely. The way that the spinners have operated in this innings, we've seen that they have allowed some free runs as well. So they haven't been able to just constrict the flow of the runs for Singapore here. And on the other hand, I think most of the bowlers has bowled a few extras every time they came into the attack. So that's been the story of control when it comes to summarizing it for Hong Kong. And so far, in spite of the way Arav Agarwal is playing, it seems like Singapore is still happy with his approach because they've been helped by the extras, as you talked about before. That's been one aspect that Hong Kong China will definitely want it to go in their favor, but the control hasn't been with them today.
Again, played straight to the fielder. He is in no rush whatsoever. The Singaporean batters are just trying to take this game deep. I'm not sure how deep they want it to be, but they still require 42 runs to win this contest. Oh, swing and a miss. Again, that was some steep bounce there.
Yes, and I think so far the keeper has done a very good job. He's taken some few difficult takes and he's been able to stop those whenever the ball has come to him. But so far, Veer Mathur is just trying to bowl an economic spell. He's bowling his last over of his fourth and finishes off nicely. Oh, not really. Once again, another misfield. Would you believe it? This is the second time a fielder has done a misfield when he is bowling. And with that, Arav Agarwal will be happy that he's gotten a couple of runs.
Yes, another gentle defense should have been only a dot ball, resulting in a couple of runs. Well, it's going to hurt them bad. Hong Kong China played some wonderful cricket from match one when they defeated the host Malaysia. They were very comprehensive when it comes to their group stages. But now on the big stage, the semi-final, they're crumpling under pressure. And Abu Zar Ali will continue in here. Swarit Thakur, 24 of 49, one delivery short of facing 50 deliveries now. And another wide. It's not going to help.
Yes, Swarit Thakur has been quite solid out there. He has been calm and composed, and he doesn't look like he's bothered by the scoring rate. After a nervy start, looks like he has truly come back and done a good job when it comes to batting. He scored 24, like you mentioned, and looks like with wickets in hand and the required run rate in well control, Singapore are getting inches closer to victory with every ball that is being delivered. As long as they don't get a wicket, Hong Kong China will find it very difficult to contain these two batters. And let's see if there is another twist in the tail. A big final phase definitely awaits here at the UKM Oval.
Well, absolutely. And if you take away those 21 runs from extras, probably the score would have been 109 for 4, and the entire equation would have looked much more complex as both the batters would have needed to work on even harder. Again, misfield. Oh, direct hit, and he could have been gone. Again, some poor fielding, very unlikely of Hong Kong China. We have seen their side being one of the best sides when it comes to ground fielding, but today I think the pressure has got the better of them.
Yes, one thing definitely we'll have to say is the fact that both these sides today have not been quite up to the mark when it comes to fielding. But I think the bowling from Singapore really has been quite on contrast a few inches better than what Hong Kong China is definitely doing right now. The spinners of Singapore were really able to just get a grip of the scoring rate. On the other hand, here, Mohammad Abuza has done his job, if I can say that. He's bowled before this 8 overs. He's given away 31 runs, so his run rate that he's given away is at 3.5, which was around the scoring rate as well. The other bowler, Seth Pereira, has given away 7 overs and 29 runs, and he did not manage to pick up any wickets. So that really tells you that we've seen 16 overs between the two bowlers and only one wicket for the spinner. So that was the sheer contrast between how the two bowling sides had operated before this ball.
Well, 37 runs to win and 6 wickets in hand. We have two batters who are pretty much set. I would say they have played the deliveries out of played 31 deliveries, and on the other hand, Swarit Thakur played 54 deliveries. So they have spent the time, they've assessed the wicket so far, and I think from here they need to ensure that they preserve the wicket and finish the game. That's the only way to get home. On the other hand, Hong Kong China will try to break this partnership and get back into the game.
Yes, and I'm very happy to see that Abhimanyu is brought back into the attack. He definitely has a knack to pick up a wicket. And on the other hand, we've seen that the spinners from Hong Kong China not really delivering on expectation here. Because if a side wants to succeed here at the UKM Oval, the spinners really have to step up. And so far, the surface was offering just enough. We've seen it in the previous innings as well. Yuvan Pandey was really gripping the ball and bouncing quite enough to just help. Just on that occasion, we see another loose delivery from Abhimanyu, and that has gone to the boundary. So really, as we say, that delivery will definitely rub some further salt into the wounds of this Hong Kong China bowling attack.
What a bizarre delivery there. Down the leg side. The wicketkeeper had no chance whatsoever, nor did the fielder at fine leg. 5 runs in a crucial stage like this. It's not going to help the team, and it will only hurt them. And that's a good looking shot, flicked off the pads, and easy runs there, couple of runs.
Yes, once again, further elaborating my point is the fact that it is always going to be difficult for a fast bowler to come back in the middle phase and pick up wickets. But here, I think UKM Oval really rewards spin bowling. So that was the sheer contrast between the two sides. We did not really see a good spell of bowling by the two spinners that Hong Kong has to offer. And that's been really the story. Whether it's building pressure, breaking partnership, or controlling the flow of runs, spin is not really a luxury here. It's really a necessity. And the spin duo of Seth Pereira and Muhammad Abuza Ali not really capitalizing on that.
Yes, I think that will be the differentiator. The spin duo. You spoke about the spinners from the Hong Kong China team, and then in contrast, we have uh, Akash Teja and Yuvan Pandey, who took 7 wickets among themselves. And those two spinners really broke the backbone of the middle order.
Yes, exactly. This is what I was talking about. And you look at all the top performing teams here in this tournament, and there will be that common factor. Even in the likes of someone like Vipin, the captain of Nepal, the left-arm spinner, he's done exceedingly well in this tournament. And once again, he's another spinner. Looks like it. We mentioned Abhimanyu would be a good change, and he's picked up a wicket here. Arav Agarwal is the man dismissed, and he just wanted to play one down the ground. He was not in control, and in the end, an easy catch to dismiss him.
Again, nothing short. It was the attempted slow delivery. He went for the shot, no timing whatsoever. That's what happens when you get into your shell and you are not being aggressive or you have not been expressive with your batting. So the moment you try to hit a ball, it's definitely too much to ask for. So they lose half of the side back into the pavilion. It's 141 for 5. It's still not over yet. Another wicket or two here, and still Hong Kong China can fight back into the game. We all know cricket can be a funny game at times, and the pressure can get the better of you. The good thing for Singapore is Swarit Thakur is still out there. He's battling it with 26 runs of 54 deliveries.
Yes, I think Abhimanyu Ganesan should be given a long spell here. He's only bowled 4 overs. He has been on the slightly expensive side, especially because he was taken apart with the new ball. But right now, I think he will be the key man to clear this middle order. The side, Hong Kong, is already trying to come back in the game, and Singapore is already halfway back in the hut. They are already 5 down, and looks like at least someone from the other end, if is able to put some pressure, then I think there's still time. There's still around 30 something runs needed to win for Singapore, and definitely will not be easy for the tailenders to come out and bat. So that is why I'm saying that if a couple of wickets can be taken here, especially of that man Swarit Thakur, I think Hong Kong China can still find themselves back in the game.
Well, for my surprise, Abuzar Ali still continues in here. I would have liked someone like the captain himself, Preet, coming into ball, or probably Harishankar Venkatesh. You need to bring in your premier bowlers. Oh, that's edged away. Well, there's no slip in place. And straight away, Abuzar Ali is asking for a slip to his captain. Well, he says no.
We've seen that throughout the innings. I think every time a new batter came out to bat, the captain was very hesitant in attacking, and I don't really understand that. What is the problem with having a slip fielder when the new batter has just walked out? And why wasn't he there from the very start of this over? Start asking these kind of questions because they need to pick up wickets, and the only way that they can do that is by attacking the batsman.
Yes, absolutely. That's the only way. Oh, that was close. It almost went through his defenses. He played it very, very late. Alvin Thomas probably didn't pick that up. Definitely not the best of footwork. Oh, oh dear. How did that miss the stumps? It missed the stumps by a whisker.
Yes, very tentative from Elvin Thomas out there, and against someone like Mohammad Abuza, he hasn't settled in. And I definitely feel that Abhimanyu Ganesan should be brought back into the attack and he will fancy his chances against the defense of Elvin Thomas. Perhaps Swarit Thakur will find himself in a lot of pressure situation right now because if one more wicket falls, I think the lower middle order of Singapore will be exposed. And then definitely Hong Kong China can get a game out of this.
Well, Abrar, I think it's the batting approach that's still giving us some hopes that this match can really change with a couple of wickets because it's only 27 runs required. With 5 wickets in hand, Singapore should be the favourites, but it's just that how defensive they have been with the batting, which is really making us doubt about the results of the game. But it should be a pretty straightforward one, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. The reason I'm trying to say that Hong Kong can still come back in the game is rightfully the approach of the Singapore batters. Except the two batters, I don't think I've been convinced by the approach of any of them. Rian Naik looked very good with his 31 of 25. And at the start, Rohan Austin was showing glimpses of his talent, 25 of 43. But since then, I don't think any of the batters have looked too good out there, except at this point, Swarit Thakur. And right now, a pressure release shot from Swarit Thakur. We knew that he has to be the man in charge to take this team towards the victory at this point. And Abhimanyu Ganesan has been smashed through the offside for that boundary. Important runs here.
Yes, what a shot there to lift off some pressure. And a very crucial boundary coming in, a very crucial stage as well. And straight after that, Swarit Thakur goes back into his shell once again. But for me, he's doing the right thing right now because he's losing partners at the other end. So I think he should be facing most of the deliveries right now and take the responsibility on his shoulder to get his team through.
Yes, and on the other hand, I think Abhimanyu will be just allowing that single to someone like Swarit Thakur and eventually bowl to someone like Elvin Thomas. On the other hand, another gorgeous looking drive on the rise from Swarit Thakur, another misfield, if I can say so, and yet another important boundary for Swarit Thakur here. Just have a look at that. How elegantly he drove that on the rise. Should have really stopped that at cover, but nevertheless, he'll take that.
Yes, that was nothing more than a gentle push, but it's just how beautifully he timed that ball. Very good boundary. So definitely now Singapore will be feeling they're almost there. Just 19 runs required. That boundary also brought up the 150 for 5.
Yes, at this moment, Singapore is just 19 away from sealing a spot in the final. But if they lose another wicket, then once again, I think Hong Kong China will start feeling that they are in the game. It's been a steady and calculated approach from Swarit Thakur, and he's been anchoring the innings for a very long time. Hong Kong definitely will not be leaving and letting them cruise. They have kept picking wickets when Singapore have looked to settle in. So still with the target now inside and overs in hand, it's definitely Singapore's game to lose, but they'll need calm heads to finish the job.
Well, the captain now bringing himself on. Probably a bit late for my liking. Should have brought himself probably 5 overs earlier, especially when Abu Zar Ali was struggling. Well, like I said, the stats can be very deceiving when we see Abu Zar Ali's economy rate. It looks fine, but then who have watched the game will know that he was not bowling at a very consistent line and length. He was bowling short and wide. It was just some poor batting, or else he could have gone for a lot of runs. Abrar?
Yes, definitely. I think Mohammad Abuzar Ali, he was giving away those 10 overs on the trot, and I was very surprised. We were both discussing that he has given away those runs without any kind of pressure, really. And we were wondering where is Preet Kishore Kumar, because his 4 overs actually looked very threatening right at the top when he was bowling to someone like the captain of Singapore, Rian. He has given away just absolutely in short of nothing. His economy was around 2.4. I was very surprised that Mohammad Abuzar Ali was allowed to continue. But right now, I think we still can have a twist in the tail with Preet Kishore Kumar bowling to someone like Elvin Thomas. He hasn't looked the man with full technique. So let's see if a wicket is around the corner. And just when I said that, look what has happened. Another wicket falls, this time off Elvin Thomas. And exactly what the captain was asking himself to do, he has delivered.
Yes, absolutely. It's the exact reason why we at the com box were expecting Preet to come much earlier, because he was the bowler who was looking dangerous. He was the bowler who was looking to hit the stumps, and finally he gets a wicket. But is it a bit too late? Well, only time will say. But if you ask me, I would still say that a wicket or two here, and we might have a thriller coming in.
Yes, it is the semi-final, and at this stage, we are definitely finding ourselves in such a position where it's very difficult to just pick the winner from here. It's very difficult to predict. 18 runs still needed, and 4 wickets are still in hand. So sometimes we have to say that the captain holds themselves back for too long, and Preet Kishore Kumar has already brought himself back and he's gotten a wicket of Elvin Thomas. He was caught out on a very nervy situation. He was at the crease and he wasn't really looking good. And once again, that's the hallmark of a smart captain, knowing when to step in, reading the moment, and delivering when it matters the most. Preet has been bowling very well, and that is why we were wondering why he was not bringing himself into the attack. Just when he does that, picks up a wicket.
Yes, only 18 runs required. It's unlikely. Oh dear, that's a no ball. And now it's the captain who has done the same mistake that his other bowlers were doing, overstepping. So, as a spinner, it's almost like committing a crime to overstep. We don't really see spinners bowling a no ball, but we have seen few of those in this innings, especially from the Hong Kong China bowlers. And in a crunch moment, now they're offering a free hit. And he goes over the infield. That will be a couple of bounces into the fence. Well, that will release some pressure.
Absolutely disappointing from Preet Kishore Kumar. Did not really anticipate that. But the story continues. Every time a new batter came out to the middle, the likes of Rian Naik was awarded a free hit. When Swarit Thakur came out to bat, he was awarded a free hit. And right now, at such a crucial part of this innings, when Kapish just walks out to the middle, even he receives a free hit. So this has been disappointing. The extras, we kept talking about it, far too many, 32 extras right now in this innings from Hong Kong, China. And if we wanted to get a game from this total, they definitely did not need to do that.
Well, Abrar, Swarit Thakur is batting on 35, and the second best scorer in this innings will be extras, 32. So that's how crucial the runs were. And we have seen in the first innings, Singapore only given away 9 extras. So that shows the difference between both the bowling sides.
Yes, exactly. And Swarit Thakur is really trying to hold firmly here from one end. He's been the backbone of this innings. And at the other end, we just have Kapish who's walked out to the middle, started briskly with that boundary, but only with 4 wickets hand. This is definitely not over. With one more breakthrough, suddenly the pressure can definitely just come back on Singapore. And just one more thing is the fact that definitely Singapore has been helped with some poor bowling, that is, in terms of the extras that were given. And that really summarizes everything, doesn't it? That once you have extras being the second highest scorer, you don't really have to do much.
Oh dear. That's a overthrow, and that will be a boundary. That's 5 extra runs once again. There was no need of that throw. The batter was safely home. And look at that. Nobody was backing up. Oh dear.
Yes, you can tell from the body language of Harishankar, he was absolutely disappointed. He was in complete disarray, if we can say that. He had his hand around his head and he really did not need his teammate to do that. And right now, we can definitely say that it will be difficult for Singapore from lose from here on because they've already managed to put 161 runs. So just 8 needed for their victory. But definitely we can say that this was a game that was shifting balance very regularly throughout.
Well, a lot of laps in the fielding attempts. That's a big appeal. But probably just missed the bat. Well, Abrar, what do you think? Will it be the extras that's really cost them the game, or was it something else?
Yes, Sid, thank you for allowing me that opportunity to just take the viewers through this game today. Singapore are nearly there at this stage. They're inching towards this target. But let's make no mistake, this was a game of missed chances and a learning curve for both the sides. Both teams have had their moments, some brilliance with the bat and sometimes some very good bowling. But on occasions, we've definitely seen a few misfields. We've seen catches drop from both these teams, and we've also seen some errors in terms of the field placement from both the captains as well. And it is definitely the semi-final with a lot of crowd, as we can see, have gathered to watch these youngsters perform. But in spite of that, we have to say that there were rush decisions, and some of them were definitely pressure induced. So it is a semi-final that throughout the course of the game, we saw that the momentum was swinging between the two teams, not because of perfect cricket, but because of some raw and emotional cricket from these youthful sides. And that really teaches the lessons, doesn't it? That sometimes when you grow up, when you grow older, you still have a lot to learn. And from there on, you can really improve your skill set and be better as cricketers for your nation. That being said, just 8 runs required. Preet Kishore Kumar is continuing with Swarit Thakur on strike, and hopefully no more mistakes from here on. And Singapore should be able to chase this quite comfortably from here.
Yes, absolutely. And it's a learning curve for all these youngsters playing on the big stage. Again, just taking the outside edge, no runs there. Well, it's a good platform to showcase your talent in front of the world. And I'm pretty sure that the countrymen or the family members and friends will be very proud of them, especially with the type of cricket they have played before this. Yes, today was not the day, probably, for Hong Kong, China, but we cannot take away anything away from them, especially in those first matches where they were very clinical with the bat and with the ball. And today they are on the verge of losing this game. But of course, we need to give a lot of credit to the Singaporean players as well. We have seen them fighting back after after giving away 100 runs. And then the bowlers came back into the game and they restrict Hong Kong China for 168. So it has been that kind of a day where we have seen it all. Some good performances.
Yes, and definitely, if we have to pick a match winner, I believe we'll have to take one from the bowling side of Singapore. Because when it came to the innings of Hong Kong, for a moment, it seemed like they'll definitely go on to cruise at a total of 220 odd runs. But they were brought back in the game, especially with the likes of someone like Yuvan Pandey, picked up four, as well as Akash Teja, who picked up 3 wickets. So those couple of phases in that middle over for Singapore really would turn things in their way when it comes to the scoring of Hong Kong. After that, when they came out to chase this total, Singapore really started with a good opening stand, that is between Ahan and Rohan. It was 45 runs. So that is because of that partnership. It has helped them on their way. And look at that shot from Kapish. Beautifully played on the rise. And another boundary. This time, they'll find themselves very close to the target and they shouldn't be losing from here.
Yes, beautifully driven. Look at that. Holds the position for the cameraman as well. Very good looking shot. Surely he will be proud of that. And now Singapore just one blow away. Only 2 runs required. And I think they will be looking to finish it off within this over itself. That was a slow delivery but played straight to the fielder.
Hong Kong will definitely feel that they were in the game for a very long time. And if they were helped by some better effort in the field, and if the field placement was spot on, they would have been finding themselves maybe closer to the victory. They also found themselves picking wickets at very regular intervals. The first partnership was a long one, but then the next 2 wickets fell very quickly. And after that, another long partnership, and once again, which was broken. So, quick wickets is something that even they managed, but they haven't been as frequent as they would have liked. Another good delivery, just just missing out on picking up that leg stump. Nevertheless, there's some good bowling from someone like Harishankar, as well as we've seen some good effort with the ball in hand from Preet Kishore Kumar. Other than that, we really needed some more bowlers to really step up and maybe bowl a better economy rate or pick up some more wickets. But it wasn't to be. And with that, he smashed it down the ground and he'll finish off in style. He will pick up his half century as well in the process. And look at that celebration as if he's a prince. He's come out to celebrate for his team. And why not, young man? You have done your job. And Singapore is absolutely thrilled with that.
Well, what a way to end this game. He finishes it off in style. And it's Swarit Thakur. Like I said, I won't mind with his slow pace if he gets there and if he carries his team. And that's exactly what he did. So congratulations, Singapore.
Yes, definitely. With that, the winning blow, Swarit Thakur finishes off in style with a towering six. He brings up his half century and he's unbeaten on 51 of 75. And this takes Singapore to victory, chasing down 169 in just about 39 overs and winning the semi final in the end by 4 wickets. It was a mature, composed knock under pressure and the anchoring the chase, absorbing the pressure and finishing off with an eventual flourish. Swarit has been truly a player with match winning ability, and that is what was on full display out here today. And with that, we've seen some good performances from Rian Naik as well, 31 of 25, and well supported by Rohan Austin at the top of the innings with 25 of 43. And with that, Singapore will march into the final where they will face the undefeated giants, Nepal, in what promises to be a thrilling title clash. 2 teams, one final is all set. And from here, Singapore has actually been quite on the back foot because of some good bowling from Hong Kong, China. They would have wanted that to be a bit more often Preet Kishore Kumar bowled 6 overs, he's given away 17 runs and picked up 2 wickets. But other than that, he was looking for more support. Mohammad Abuzar Ali, Harishankar, and Abhimanyu all picked up a wicket, but they were not able to pick up more because that is what was required. So in the end, it is Singapore who have come out victorious. And with that, we'll conclude from here up at the Combox. I am Abra Hussain with my partner Sid. We'll be taking your leave. Thank you for staying with us throughout this contest, and we'll be back with the final. So stay tuned and stay with us. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, viewers. We're here for the post-match presentation, and alongside Nepal, it will be Singapore who will be moving into the finals. They've won this game with 4 wickets in hand. So now I'd like to have a word with the Hong Kong China captain. Great. So hard luck, so close, and yet so far. What's your feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm pretty sad. Team's pretty sad as well. Didn't put up a total that we wanted to. We didn't execute our plans that well as we wanted, but it's fine. We'll look to come third place in our third and fourth place match.
And definitely, you guys were batting very good out there, and then that collapse in the middle order. What would you say about that?
Yeah, I think it was just about one person taking the responsibility and taking the match until the 50th over, which we lacked in. I think that's what we'll be working on the next game.
And I think the fielding also let you down to some extent. So some drop catches and then that overthrow and those extras. How much did that hurt?
Yeah, that definitely hurt it a lot. I think we were slightly down in our fielding as well. Didn't expect that from the team as well, but at the end of the day, it's not a day anyways. Singapore did really good job in their game as well, so congrats to them.
And I think you and your team really fought hard. You have put on a good show. So good luck for the future and thank you.
Thank you very much.
So there goes the Hong Kong China captain, and now I would like to invite Singapore captain. So Rian, right from the word go, like everything seems to be working for you. Tell me something about that.
Yeah, honestly, I'm short on words right now. But I think today everyone played as a unit, and that's what helped us, especially our batting today. We won with the ball and Swat with the bat today, so it just clicked at the right time. So yeah.
Yes, absolutely. It's that bowling duo, Akash Teja and Yuvan, who really brought you back into the game. And since then, your batters also complemented the way going into the game. So tell me something about this team. How special is it for you?
Yeah, so I think it's probably one of the first times our under 16 team has made it to the final. So it is a pretty big moment. So yeah, hopefully we make most of it against the second finalists. So yeah.
And we have seen some good crowd for you guys as well. Anything you want to add on for them?
I thank all the parents for supporting, including from the Hong Kong side. I think because of them, they supported us as well. So yeah, big credit goes to them as well.
Well done and good luck for the finals. Thank you so much. And there were some special performances. To start with, it will be Swarit Thakur, who scored 51 of 75. Yovan Pandey, who took 4 wickets, giving away 36 runs. And then Rayan Sharma, who scored 46 runs of 34 deliveries. But for us, it was that man who took the innings and took to the final lap. It was Swarit Thakur. But before that, I would like to invite our match referee, Mr. Shafiq, to give away the award. Well, sorry, let's have a word. So you had a very slow start, and then towards the end, you really accelerated. So what was going through your mindset when you walked into bat?
So I've done this couple of times before back in Singapore. I trusted myself that if it's always about taking it as deep as possible. So I knew that it's just a matter of 1-2 good overs, and I just trusted myself. I backed my strengths, and it paid off.
And while you were batting, you were losing on partners. Did that added any pressure on you?
No, it did not, because I knew that every single one of my teammates is capable of doing it. We have practiced together at home. I know how every one of my players play. We know how they do. We know their capability. So I trusted everyone.
And well done. Good luck for the next game.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. So that concludes the post-match presentation. We'll be here on the 5th for the big final. Please watch us live once again on the 5th. Thank you.